This podcast has been rated NC-17 in parody for its frequent violence, adult language, substance use, and sexual situations. Please do not be offended. This is just a game, and we are enjoying ourselves. This is not officially rated, and thank you for joining us.
To make sure I don't forget anything, here's a pre-recorded message. Be aware, this may contain triggering content. It's not our intention, but with 7 people in a roleplay environment, it is possible, Kupo. We have a link to the shop in the description. Also, Deuce's TikTok for art. Just go check out all the links in the description, Kupo.
Mental health is a serious topic. If you're experiencing mental health problems, big or small, please seek professional help. Everyone needs a helping hand sometimes. And other times, just having someone in your corner is nice.
Now, let's get to the live stream. And don't forget to like, subscribe,
and obey.
Okay, we're live. I gotta figure out how my button setup works, since I've now got like a little background that's basically a please wait leading up to it, so I can start the stream earlier. So hey everyone, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we don't have Nick to recap, so who's gonna recap tonight?
1, 2, 3, not it.
I completely forgot.
We didn't make a whole lot of forward progress. I remember that much.
There should absolutely be days where we don't necessarily make a bunch of mileage down the road. I've got one spot planned that you should be literally 0 miles traveled over like 3-4 days. Alright, I guess I'll recap. Yeah.
Well, wait, hold on. Tempest is a werewolf.
Yep.
We bonked the shit out of her. And then, yeah, pretty much. And then, oh, yeah, we found the Hermit's head. This is all I remember. My apologies if I missed something. But we found the Hermit's head, and then we ventured into the forest, and now we're at a Goblin encampment and failed stealth miserably, while Twilight is a cat.
Yep, pretty much.
Okay.
Last week I asked you to eat my balls.
But you forgot that part.
Boy. Oh boy.
It is the Easter Fool special, so yeah. No, I mean, half of the session might not make a ton of sense in the end. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. Hey, that rhymed. Oh no.
You have no idea what is going on, do you?
No, I don't. Thank you, soundboard that I hit. Talking to myself. Yeah, so you are all basically... Pius standing behind a tree that's not big enough to cover him, and all of you are standing behind Pius. As Twilight is approaching into the town. As a cat. So Twilight, as you're entering the town, you all hear a bunch of... essentially what's gibberish to all of you, because I don't think any of you speak Goblin. So, but it's a bunch of gibberish, very high-pitched voices, just very excited, and they run up, and you can tell they're little goblins. I mean, goblins are already small, but these ones are, like, barely a foot tall. And they start trying to stroke and pet you very vigorously, and backwards, from tail to head.
Ooh.
So they're not hurting me.
I mean, a little bit, because they're, petting you backwards. And there's 3 of them, too, so it is a lot of hands.
fight one of them.
Roll to hit. Well, just roll a d20, basically.
Oh.
Cats don't have that good of stats.
Just
Type.
D20?
Yep, 1d20.
Shit.
Natural 1. You attempt to bite them and end up turning around, as you're turning around trying to get them, you end up biting your own tail for 1 damage. And cats have like 2 hit points, so you got 1 hit point left before you change back. But they do jump surprised as one of the larger goblins starts like coming up and like shouting very angrily while approaching all of you and the children.
I don't even think I have a way to communicate with them.
You can meow.
I could hiss.
Yeah. Yes, you can meow. You can try to run away. You can do all kinds of things.
Maybe I'll just run away back to the team. The guys.
As you start to run off, the adult goblin starts. Pss, 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 pss. Starts the whole like, "Come here, kitty," noise. In case you couldn't hear it over the mic.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still walking away.
Alrighty. So as you get over there, the goblin immediately starts noticing that there's a giant metal man, and immediately starts raising an alarm, trying to escort the children further into the town and calling out others. They are all running out now, slowly with weapons.
We're just gonna end this. We can make it quick.
They did seem harmless. I mean, they're probably scared.
Well, I'm more concerned about the sheer number of them.
You see about 20 right now, and they've only begun to pile out.
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous. We could easily get outnumbered. Are there any? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. Wrath is gonna slam his staff down, and if I need to, I'll use the thunder property of it to make a thunderous roar heard up to 300 feet away, if I'm not mistaken.
Roll an intimidate check. Just from the noise alone, roll an intimidate check.
Wow, I rolled bad. 11.
Shit.
Well, unless I am extremely wrong about the goblins and think that goblins have a, if they actually have a +5 wisdom, they'll beat you. Otherwise, they're scared, as goblins are.
Okay, so whenever I slam it,
stop in their tracks and they're not muttering to themselves. It's more like just random sounds of fear.
Bias, we have about 6 seconds to do something.
I walk forward, hands just open, no weapon.
Trying to convince them you're not a threat, basically?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion with disadvantage. Unless anyone else is attempting to join her as you see her kind of approaching.
I'll help her out.
Are
As a
there
cat?
any red barrels?
No red barrels.
Damn.
What was it again that I'm doing?
Persuasion?
It'd
Persuasion?
be persuasion. But are you helping as a cat?
No,
Or are you
no, I
changing
take
back?
back.
Alright.
I mean, I'm standing kind of behind her. I'm just trying to look as imposing as possible.
Alright,
Yeah,
so it's a regular roll if all of you are trying to like be non-imposing.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Oh, I am imposing. You motherfuckers are doing
They as you're starting to get closer to them and approaching them, despite the fact you set the DC at 9, they have a -1 wisdom modifier. So they do not take this well. And they begin like trying to like cover their necks and putting their little swords and everything up, like trying to keep you from being able to strangle them, and they're trying to back away slowly.
What did you?
Not
So
bad.
what are they doing? I didn't catch it all.
They're trying to protect themselves from being strangled.
We aren't here to hurt you.
Anyone speak Goblin?
So you get a little bit of broken common back in place to "we're not here to hurt you." Big Race always hurt us. You lie.
Mm,
No, we genuinely aren't here to hurt any of you. I point to the head. Friend's body. That's all we're looking for.
You definitely try hurt. He try hurt. He punched Fred.
What's he talking about? You punched Fred. You left some detail out.
I thought they were attacking me. They're goblins. What was I supposed to do? Just let them stab me? They had their swords drawn.
Okay. He's kind of an idiot, but could you forgive him on this moment? Please?
Go ahead and roll another persuasion check.
I am the persuasion.
You have set the DC so incredibly low that if they fail, I'm gonna laugh. Okay, they got a 16, and not that, the DC was 4, so they kind of get it. They don't seem willing to forgive him, but they do like start lowering their guard a little bit. They still have their weapons drawn, and they kind of start backing off as one of the older goblins starts moving up from the back to speak to you. Who leads her amongst you?
Guys, never really discussed that.
What was the question?
He wants to know who the leader is.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, I cannot hear you, Tempest.
A little hard.
Yeah, it sounds like she's underwater. Sorry, Tempest.
We need to. He asks for who the leader is.
Someone
What?
say something.
Lead each other to victory.
I nominate myself. It is I. Hello.
I disagree with that.
You very dysfunctional. Dysfunctional is right word, yes?
It is.
Independent.
Independently dysfunctional.
What does independent mean?
We don't have a boss. We don't have anybody to listen to. We're
Individual
all-
strengths.
Yes.
So you live like Goblin. You community. No
Yes.
In a way,
boss.
yes.
Me still not trust. But maybe you help. You prove you trust.
Okay. That can't be too bad. What do we gotta do?
May we hear what we have to do before we agree?
Fair point. We Goblin have hard time get food. We need food. We need way to get food. You know how get food? You teach Goblin how get food?
I have a way.
Please share.
I have my good berry ring.
I don't think that's going to feed an entire village.
Look, you teach a goblin to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. Maybe we can teach them how to grow things?
Actually, I can help with that too.
We try grow. We not know how though. It always die.
Where's your nearest water source?
He thinks for a moment and he starts trying to explain but doesn't seem to know the words for distance and is just kind of pointing that way.
Neat.
It seems to be down south several distances. He that's the best he can get is several distances.
Are we talking cycles of the sun? If the sun goes up and down one time, multiple of those?
Half sun.
How many? I'm sorry?
Half. Half sun
Half
there,
sun.
half sun back.
So a day's journey back and forth. Nick! I'm glad you've awoken.
Oh, what's up? What's
We
going
have
on?
this problem with these goblins. Were you just sleeping on Pius's back?
It's relaxing. What? Huh?
So Nick was about to chime in actually. Thanks to I'm sure at least basic knowledge. But Dylan, since you're here, do you know about irrigation? Anything? Just even the basic principles of it?
I know some of irrigation fluid dynamics. Not my forte, but I can make things work.
So Nick was about to suggest poorly maybe trying to help them set up an irrigation system.
I can actually do that. Because I can make flowers, seeds, pods, open, leaf, bud, and bloom.
That'd only be temporary though.
So what are we talking about, like a hydroponic farm style irrigation?
To catch Nick up, the cat thing didn't go so well. She started getting pet backwards. Adult Goblin came up screaming. She ran off to the party, and of course, running at the party, the goblin went, "Oh, big metal man," as he began to actually look that direction. Scared them into not completely charging. Tempest managed to calm them down. Elder Goblin came forward and basically was like, "We don't really trust you. How about you prove that we should?" And then brought up the problem that they have problems finding food, getting food, and said that if the party can help them get food, like a way for them to get food so that they can be good going forward without help, they would trust the group.
Oh, I'd be better at like trapping and foraging than setting up like irrigation systems and farming. I know a little bit, but I know way more about like finding plants and foraging out in the wild.
Teach them proper hunting?
We could teach them proper hunting. I mean, for a wizard, I'm not bad with a bow.
I mean, there's also, Nick's knowledge, or not Nick's, Dylan's knowledge and experience. Like, if you yourself know the fundamentals of how, like, a bear trap works, you could teach them how to build a bear trap.
Yeah, I mean, I know the fundamentals of a bear trap. I know how to do rabbit traps. I know how to do.
Wrath is gonna turn to Nick, and I don't know if you speak it, or if Wrath would know if you speak either Draconic or Primordial, but he would say in Draconic, "Do we really trust these creatures to hunt on their own and not destroy the entire forest with their hunting?"
I don't speak Draconic.
If anyone does, that they understood that.
I believe that they will know their limits. They are dumb, but they are not inherently evil.
I feel like smarter species than this have killed themselves in trying to hunt for food when they've had plenty of it.
Then we are not at fault. The problem will solve itself.
Sounds like natural selection.
Hey, not gonna lie. Dick move, guys. Dick move.
So, my question is, we're really just here to get the body parts, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Could we trade? Like, I know.
Trade the head for the body.
This one talks to us.
Oh shit.
But I mean, like, they're still goblins, right? Like, we have things with us that they could be interested. They like shiny things, from my understanding of goblins, unless they're beyond that. But if they're beyond that, then they're well enough to be able to, like, then they're smart enough to know better than to over hunt and to over kill. How have they been living so far? I'll address the goblin. How have y'all been getting along so far? What methods have you been using?
We try find small animal and beat with sword. Sometimes big Humi attack, and we beat Humi and take weapon and food from them.
Okay.
Many die each year from no food, though.
I mean, that's just sad. Okay, I can try and show them how to set up a basic irrigation system for a farm. Like, it's not crazy difficult from my understanding of it. Does there can I find a decent area to like map out a farm for them?
They said it was like a half a day's journey to the nearest water source.
Yeah, the nearest water source is about a half a day's journey, but that doesn't mean there's not like suitable farm, somewhere between here and there.
Also, yeah, and just because, I mean, honestly, if it's a half a day's journey to the nearest water source, that means that digging down to make them a well wouldn't be that difficult.
I can do that right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we can make them a well, like, fuck walking to the water, bring the water to them. If there's a water source a day and half a day away, let's say you walk what?
That was
how many miles in a day?
That was Nick's basic thought about irrigation is, well, just redirect the water so they don't have to go that far.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thought as well, is like, why bother going to the water? You can bring the water to you. That makes much more sense. And I think a well in this area would probably work fine.
It'd have to be a big one if we're trying to irrigate farmland, though.
I mean, absolutely, it's going to have to be a big well either way. But I mean, I would refer to Twilight on this. They're the druid of the party. They would know. Their inherent abilities would be better at detecting water and figuring out the best place for that to be, and if it's the best possible route.
Yep, that puts the ball in Twilight's court about trying to help figure out what would be best water to help them grow food.
The pressure's on me!
Too bad Star probably knows even less about irrigation and farming.
I have a fish tank.
I have a fish
Does
tank.
that count?
No,
I can't keep a plant alive, but I can keep fish alive, so there's that.
I mean, I think between the two of us, we could find a decent place.
It would be just because it's representing your character's knowledge that you don't have. That's when you start to rely on roles such as survival.
Well, I could do a mold earth.
Sure.
You have the tools. It's just whether you know how to use them.
I mean, my survival's not horrible.
My survival's pretty good.
Yeah, Twilight's proficient with a +5 to start, so +7 total.
Yeah, do you want me to help you? Like, if it's okay with Jess, I'll help you try and find a decent place. That, like, between my actual knowledge of, like, okay, I live in Florida, so we have aquifers all over the fucking place. So building a well out here isn't crazy difficult. So I would show you what to look for in, like, a decent place to look for a well.
Yeah, and
where you
Twilight's knowledge itself would come in handy, too. So, yeah, Star. Advantage, D20, survival check.
And it's no, it'd be a 2d20.
Yep.
Yeah.
24 was the better one, which is more than good enough to figure out where the best spot for a well would be. Especially Twilight, Twilight would be more used to talking to things that can't necessarily speak in like full sentences. So between getting a gist of like where the water source is, what route it goes, you looking at the land, seeing which parts seem to be getting more water naturally, that sort of thing, you're able to kind of pinpoint where the best place for a well would be. It is slightly outside of their encampment, not terribly far, but the area itself has too dense of trees to actually like farm. You'd have to help them also uproot trees for them to try to set up anything close to the village.
Okay.
which you notice as you're looking around. There may be something further out, but not in the immediate area.
How much further out?
You don't know. You'd have to actually pick a direction and go out and start looking. It's not in the immediate area, though, so you assume it's more than a mile.
If I turn into a hawk or an owl, can I see it?
You might be able to, going up high enough, spot it from a distance.
Or would the magic carpet be best?
Hawks have better vision.
Okay, yeah, I'll do a hawk then.
Well, I think eagles get advantage on perception checks, right?
Are they actually separate creatures in the in 5e?
Yes. Annoyingly so.
Let's see. You've turned into a giant eagle, not even just a regular one.
Yep.
Which has the advantage perception, but otherwise nothing special to it. And then hawk. You can turn into a blood hawk. Hawk gets it too, so does the blood hawk. So they all kind of have the same opportunities mechanically for vision.
I have actually thought of something. I have a way to predict weather. At least I think I do.
Yeah.
That might be on my other one.
Well, predicting the weather for the next 24 hours it's only the next 24 hours. There's no long-term solution in that.
Yeah. But it might help fill up the well.
That's true. Is it gonna rain?
Let's roll percent, because I was going to start actually doing weather rolls starting with the next day you start. So we will see.
Do I need to roll a nature check?
No, you're just casting Druidcraft and you know. Over the next 24 hours, there will be snow, but not rain.
I mean, snow's technically better.
Snow is a lot better.
Is it?
Yeah,
Also,
snow can preserve and then becomes water, like usable water afterwards.
Yeah. If it's deep enough into the ground. Because, like, of course, we don't want to make the ice dirty, so we're going to have to try to purify that. But if it's low enough in the ground, it will stay cold.
Yeah, one of the biggest things about snow versus rain is rain runs off, it goes away. Snow will sit there and just slowly sink into the ground so it stays in the area. Fills up like underground aquifers a lot better that way. So yeah, there's snow coming if you can get something set up in time.
Oh, rain barrels. We should do rain barrels as well. That's another really good way to manipulate the weather to your advantage.
So out of all of you lovely players, who knows how to make rain barrels? Wrath would know how to make rain barrels from being on ship, so would Captain Flowers.
Yes, sir. I will be filming that since he is not here, I suppose.
Yeah, but as for the rest of the group, it'd be up to, do you know how to in real life? Because your characters probably wouldn't.
I know how to do a rain barrel.
I mean, yeah, they're not that complicated of a thing, so...
You just put a bucket down and call it good.
Well, I'm assuming we're gonna have to. I'm assuming we're gonna have to make the. So there are two ways to go about a rain barrel. There's the gutter where you run it off of the roof of the house, and I would suggest only using that for plants and watering the crops. And then there's the other kind where you do. I don't know how to do plastic in this world though, but where you do the plastic tarp, where you make like an upside down umbrella on top of the barrel, to make it all gather in, and that one's safer for drinking water.
Leather, maybe? Charcoal and leather?
Yeah, I mean, you could do charcoal and leather. We could also do an a filtration system on it too, to where it'll filter through. And if we do sand and then charcoal and then sand again, it'll also become a self-filtering, to where doesn't matter either way, to where it'll be clean water by the time it gets through all
That's
of it.
true.
Yeah, that's definitely a way to help with the water issue, just like the wells.
Captain Flowers, campfire.
LOL.
Captain Flowers does his incantation, just poof! Big old bonfire in a fairly safe spot, and this scares the hell out of the goblins, who practically jump out of their armor and actually back up about another 10 feet.
All right, and I'll start. Anybody
I'll be the night.
Anybody
I
have
be the moon. Sorry.
Anybody have a hand axe, or Pius? Do you want to start chopping down one of the trees that's in the way for the farm, and we can start using so we're using as much of the material as possible to be useful. We can start turning the wood into charcoal and use that for the filtration system.
When you mention axe, a few of the goblins actually kind of like move forward because they're holding hand axes, with the exception of one that's actually holding like a full-size battle axe. A bit big for them.
Oh, y'all want to see something funny?
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna take the axe and try and chop down a tree.
So, my question before I tell you what to roll is, in real life, do you know how to chop down a tree safely?
Yes.
Perfect, you have advantage on
Awesome.
an athletics check.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Nick, are you sure about this?
Yep.
Okay.
That's a 19. Hell yeah, I rolled an 18.
19. It takes a bit. Like, chopping down a tree is not necessarily like a 1 minute process. For someone experienced, it can still take, depending on the size of the tree, up to like an hour even.
Oh yeah.
With a good axe, knowing what you're doing, and strength, of which Nick lacks.
Yep.
So it does take nearly an hour. It's not necessarily a super big tree, but it's going to be big enough to kind of at least make one basic rain barrel with the charcoal and filtration system, and it's going to be enough of a tree for what you need. And it does take about like 45 minutes.
All right.
And several of the goblins are watching because they've never seen a tree chopped down. And they make little comments about how it's not safe. It destroyed many tent. Indicating that they don't try to chop down trees because they've died trying to.
Is the forest around us like thick, or are there trees that are kind of like, say, out of range of the others if they fell?
There's a tree every 5 to 10 feet for the most part. There are a couple of larger gaps though. Which is where like this bigger one, I'd say, was probably like 15-foot clearance, like at its widest clearance. And it's about 20 feet tall, but it's spread out enough that you could drop it between two trees.
Alright. After I get done, I'm gonna just come back to the crew puffing, and I'm like, alright, now, somebody needs to cut the largest one down with a herring.
With a herring?
I am thoroughly impressed.
Thanks.
Now, if you don't mind, I would like to try.
All right.
So, Nick, I want you to go ahead and roll a persuasion check. And Pius, go ahead. Well, actually, I should ask Deuce, do you know how to cut down a tree? Like in real life?
I sure do. I worked for multiple city utilities, and we had to clear brush in trees all the time.
All right, then you are more than good to make this roll with advantage. I was going to have a persuasion versus insight to see how well you picked it up if you didn't know how to cut down a tree, because you're learning.
Did we always do it the safest way? Probably not, but I knew how to do it.
I mean, what job do people actually do things the safest way all the time?
You said athletics?
Yes, athletics with advantage. Nick, I still want you to go ahead and roll that persuasion, though.
I did.
I did not roll that high. 15.
And you went for the biggest tree you could?
Yeah.
Whew. These goblins, dang. What's that persuasion real quick?
26.
26, nice. So you set the DC to 4, which, surprisingly, they seem to get it really quick. Just because they're like a group bouncing it off each other, like talking it out, while trying to figure it out while you were cutting it down. They in the most unsuccessful way possible succeeded in figuring it out. They rolled with advantage as a group and got a nat 1 and a nat 20. So you see them like testing and trying to figure it out, and they're trying to do it on a bush. But when they manage to actually like catch it in the center and like the center starts to fall correctly, they seem to get the idea of how to actually do it. That 15, for the biggest tree that you can find to like safely cut down, it's about like probably 3 times the size of the one Nick cut down, and it does take you a solid hour. When it comes down, it gets slightly caught in a tree, but it doesn't look like it would take too much other than a few hands with strength to get it dislodged from that tree.
Nah, fuck that. I'm stubborn. I'm gonna chop the tree it's hanging on down.
Another athletics check with advantage, then.
Ooh, thank God for that advantage. 23.
All right, you managed to get that one cut down so they both fall without getting caught on anything else. Hey, these goblins got a natural 19 there. Because during that time, they would start cutting down another tree themselves. They would start trying to cut down their first tree.
Hell yeah.
With a -1. But they got an 18, and they're working kind of as a group to do it. This is going to take a couple hours, though. What's everyone else doing as Pius is trying to cut down 2 trees?
I can turn into an elephant and get all of the trees cut down within probably a good short amount of time.
I wouldn't say you really can cut them down, but you can knock down some of the smaller ones, and you'd definitely be able to help drag them to get them piled up.
I could do that.
I'm gonna start burning the charcoal, like getting that part prepped.
Okay.
Or I could actually even use my torch and just start lighting the whole damn thing on fire.
There's no way Twilight would be okay with setting fire to the forest. If you start trying, she will take over for sure.
I would like to say controlled burns are very good for nature.
They are.
Just as a counterpoint.
Going to be snowing soon, we wouldn't have that big of a problem.
It's more setting up the controlled burn. It would take some time. It's not like you're working with modernized tools here.
True. We dig in ditches.
Yeah, like, if that's what you want to start working on, Twilight, you absolutely could start setting it up to do a controlled burn in the generalized area, but you'd have to recruit and try to teach the goblins how to do it to be able to do it in a time-effective manner.
I'll be right back.
So, Twilight, is that what you want to do? Do you want to do the whole elephant thing, or do you want to try to set up for a controlled burn?
Let's see what other options I have.
Alright, well, you look at those. Tempest, how about you? What are you doing as everyone starts teaching these goblins basic functions of living.
Can I start wandering the camp? Since they know I'm here now. They know we're here.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you like trying to dig in, or just generally looking at things from the outside? Are you poking your head into tents, things like that?
Just general observation, seeing how they live.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check. And Wrath, you're the last one on the list to ask. What's Wrath doing in all of this?
So I'm going to start giving out orders for goblins to do various tasks to get ready for the construction of these water barrels. Go get axes, get some viable wood, start splitting it for planks. You find some binding, yada yada yada.
Right.
But I do want to make my way towards someone like the older goblin that spoke to us.
All right.
And kind of, excuse me, grandfather. I'm looking for something that might help us, and I'm going to describe the stone that was in this area that you had mentioned that could help me with the thing on my palm.
Oh, the enchanting materials. Those. Go ahead and roll 2 separate persuasion checks for me.
Okay.
The first one will be for giving out orders.
Okay, that one's a 22.
Okay. You seem to do a fairly good job. They seem to understand the right materials to get and are heading out to get them.
Okay, and the next one's a 17.
17. So he does seem slightly confused about the whole situation, what you're really looking for. And he does mention that a bit further to the east, which, or not the east, further south more like southeast, he mentions that there's a glowy magical rock out that direction. And describes
suns?
it as being 1 sun away.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, grandfather. And I'll continue to help organize the people to get ready to craft these barrels as the wood is coming in and being split.
Tempest, as far as what you notice while you're going, you notice that most of these tents are essentially just houses. Some of them look like... You know that some of them have to have things in them, like tools or weapons, or they have to store things somewhere. And then, of course, the big tent in the middle, there's one major thing that you notice about it, and that is that no one seems to have gone in it or come out of it in the entire time like you've all been here.
You said there's a tunnel?
No, tent.
Oh.
I'm curious about the tent. I'm just gonna poke my head in that one.
When you look inside, you notice there's probably about 15 goblins. They don't seem to be necessarily huddled together or anything. They are all female. And you haven't noticed any other females in this encampment this entire time. But you do notice 15 of them in there, and they seem to be working on basically making leather out of small hides. Trying to patch various things together to, like, fix whatever clothes and rags they're wearing as well. There's also a small pile of like weapons, armor, things like that in the corner of the tent. Seems like it's probably where they keep all the important things.
Yeah, no, this seems casual to me. What was he on?
Now, Twilight, did you decide what you're gonna do? for this 2 hours.
Yeah, I figured out something better. I can turn into a beaver and really knock down the trees.
I mean, you can definitely chew down trees. I want you to give me a survival check. Just a plain normal one.
I was also thinking that we can use the fire to heat treat the wood. It'll make even better barrels afterwards.
That's true.
Alright, Twilight, nice nat 20 for a total 27. So in the 1 hour period that you are a beaver, you managed to take down 3 kind of medium-sized trees in the process as well. Significantly faster than everyone else was doing, but that's because Twilight has some idea of how to do it, watch Nick do it, and then has big old teeth set up and ready to do it, so it doesn't necessarily take a lot of strength, it just takes focus and doing it correctly. You didn't do any, like, really large trees, though, because you're only a little beaver. Yeah, so you all have 4 medium-sized trees, 5 medium-sized trees, and 1 large, extra large tree to work with at the moment for making everything. Wrath, you'd still actually have a considerable amount of time, though, after just kind of giving them all instructions and talking to the elder. Is there anything else that you want to do in the meantime? You do notice, like, Twilight's walking around the encampment area, checking things out. Or, yeah, Tempest, not Twilight. And, of course, you can see the rest of them kind of working on the trees, getting them moved in whatever ways they can.
I mean, mostly just start, like, showing them how to split the wood, just going through the entire process, making sure that, you know, a group of people know each step so that multiple people can be doing it at the same time.
Alright. Yeah, so after about 2 hours, you have all of your materials prepped. You have, well, like, the raw trees prepped and ready to go. Obviously, magical bonfire and all of that, easy enough to do. You have axes, you have some basic leather working tools, various plants that can be turned into bindings as well. You have most of the materials you need to make 7 or 8 rain barrels, as well as filtration systems for them. Possibly with some amount of excess, like wood, more than anything in the end, which could be used for campfires for them, so... and all the trees are taken down kind of in the same area, creating a small, like, little alcove, essentially. The stumps are still there, of course.
How do you get rid of a stump? Stumps me too.
Deuce and Dylan, up to you two. Do you know how to remove stumps?
Somewhat with a stump remover, but anything other than that. Oh, well, yeah, and chemicals. There's a chemical. Tordon would do it. It would make it soft enough.
I know how to dig out a stump. It's just not. It's not efficient.
No, it's really not, but especially when you lack proper tools and kind of just have, like, shovels and axes. Pretty much about the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Basic process is you literally dig around the stump down to where the roots are, and then you just hack at those roots, pick up the stump, and move it. Leaving the rest of the roots in there to just die out and become nutrition for the dirt.
Or what if we did it like a wheel of cheese, where we just hammered a dagger into a line from one side to the other, and then kind of just split it? Would that make it better? Or if we did it like in a cross pattern?
I mean, we can try and split the stump and do it that way. It's just not going to be. You don't guarantee that the roots aren't going to continue to grow if you do it that way. I mean, you could
True.
flatten it. You could use that method to flatten it out. Mm,
I mean, they could just farm around this shit. If it's-
Twilight, just because you're so big on the suggestion, you know that half of the problem is literally just digging the dirt up around it? Mold earth.
Yeah, I could do that, but I can only use that once. That's why I didn't suggest it.
No, you can't. You can use it a lot. It's a cantrip.
Oh, okay.
You can use it infinitely as long as you have time.
Okay, yeah, then mold earth.
And bonfire can still burn things away, so if you get the dirt moved away from it, you can literally just burn the stump without the fire being on everything else. Captain Flowers is more than happy to burn things when he realizes he can do it without setting the forest on fire.
Wait a minute. So, why didn't Captain Flowers just do that? And burn down the forest and...
Because he doesn't want to burn down the forest.
Well, no, I mean, he has a way to control the fire.
He has a way to start the fire and end the fire. That's it. And if the fire spreads from his to others, he can't control the other fire that was created. He can only control his little fire that he creates. So if he did it and set a tree on fire and it catches another tree on fire, he can't put that other tree out. It'd just be on fire and spreading through the forest.
Okay, good point. Yeah, I just do mold earth.
So we know the two of them are going to work on for a hot minute. The rest of you have the time to start working on everything else or do other things. Who's going to work on helping make the barrels? Wrath, I figure you probably need to, given that Captain Flowers is now clearing out tree stumps.
I shall helmet.
Oh, what was that?
I said I shall helmet.
Alright.
Helm the process.
Who else is going to help with the water barrel making?
I can help.
Alright. So, Nick, you still know where the spot for the well is, but nothing's actually been done or prepped yet to start making the well. So, you have time to work on what you want. I'm just throwing out the reminder that nothing's actually been done other than finding the spot.
Sure. I was talking about using the wood that we've gathered along with the campfire to start making the charcoal and getting that process prepped for once the barrels are done. And then even using the fire to heat treat the barrels once they're made, like making a roller, like a spit almost for the barrels to roll them over the fire to heat treat them, because then that'll make them better water barrels. You know what I mean? If that's what we're mostly making them for.
Yeah.
Give them a nice carbon finish.
Yeah, we'll not only give them a nice carbon finish, but it'll make the wood expand.
True.
To seal it all better.
That's true.
Alright, so that's got Nick working with a group of goblins to prep the charcoal, prep everything to actually heat treat the barrels when they're done. Wrath and Pious are working on helping make the barrels with a group of goblins. Twilight and Captain Flowers are working solo to get the stumps out of the ground by burning them, ashing them, and such. Tempest, though. Tempest. Did I say Tempest was working on the fire thing? Twilight is. Tempest, what are you doing, though?
I don't see much more of anything else going on.
I mean, it's all happening right around the area.
This way. I want to roll again, see if I do better.
You want to keep looking around again?
Yeah, it's. I don't think I could be much help in building.
Besides, what if I find some heinous thing?
Perception 23 this time. You start to kind of determine, as everything's going on, the goblins are having to run in and out of tents sometimes to get things, or taking breaks, because not all of them are used to being strenuous. You get a decent idea of the layout. Most of the tents, they're homes. Like, the goblins just go into whichever one and sleep for the night. The center is definitely the only one where the female goblins are kept. It's where all of the most important things are kept. But you do find another tent that has kind of a bunch of basic leather armor, a bunch of basic worn out short swords, axes, bows. Another that has a lot of the tools for working on things. They don't seem to have too many. Like, it's not like they have screwdrivers or anything, but they do have a couple of leather making tools. The axes were in the weapons. But they also seem to have some strap and pulley systems, really like generic ones that they could just throw up to try using. But they don't look like they've been used in a long time. They're covered in dust. They don't seem to use the tools very often. But there is one tent that stands out besides that. And it seems more like it would be where the actual leader of the camp resides.
Is it look casual? Like, can I put my head in this one, or is it being guarded?
There's no one guarding it from the outside, at least. You don't see anyone.
Curiosity.
And the main reason you can even tell that it's different and kind of stands out is because it's actually got, as proper as can be for these goblins, but proper wood beams supporting the edges of it, so it looks like they've spent more time and money, or not time and resources to get it built properly.
Okay. Well, yeah, curiosity killed the wolf, so I'm gonna poke my head in.
Alright, Nick, you're working on your own, so survival check. Just plain survival check. Wrath and Pious, you two can choose which one rolls it, but survival with advantage. Or not. Yeah, survival. We'll go with survival on that.
I think you have better survival, Wrath.
Okay.
Or are we the same? Hold on.
I have a +5.
Oh yeah, we're the same.
I think everybody had the same until Twilight joined, and now that Twilight is with us,
I have a +7.
she has the best survival.
Yeah.
I think everybody was +5.
And prior to that, Pixie had the worst, so... Well, Captain Flowers has the worst at 2, but...
I don't know. Do you want to try it, Wrath?
Up to you. Come down if you want.
Alright, go for it.
Oh wow. What a beautiful and yet terrible advantage roll. A 20 and a 19.
A 20 and a 19.
It's a 25 total.
Alright, so we got 25. Nick, what was yours?
16.
16. And then Tempest. You are trying to head into the tent. Are you trying to do it like stealthily or just walk right in? How exactly are you trying to check this tent out? I guess another way to... What is your intent? What are you trying to do by going into this tent, looking in it, etc.?
See the kind of person in there. Leader, maybe. Get an eye of what they look like.
Okay, so pretty much just poke your head in and take a look. You can go ahead and just roll a perception for that then.
A perception. Okay.
Yep, another perception. So Nick, you managed to more or less teach the goblins working with you kind of how to prep the fire, heat treat, the basic processes that they're going to be helping you with. And you all managed to get everything prepped and ready for the heat treatment portion and the actually making the filtration system just right around the same time that Wrath, Pious, and all of those goblins finish actually making the barrels. You should have gotten it done sooner, but there were a few times you kind of had to backstep and correct some things. And Wrath and Pious got them done pretty quickly overall, actually, with their group.
Be the best.
It does take about another 2 hours. You all are saying at about like 4 p.m. now. The sun hasn't quite started to set, but you can tell that it's coming soon. That night is coming. And you have everything ready to start heat treating and trying to get everything set up where it needs to be. Captain Flowers and Twilight also, of course, have finished all of their stuff and are kind of heading back over after clearing out that section of tree stumps. Tempest, you poke your head in, and with an 11, you don't notice at first anything really special other than there's like an actual bed and a chair. But after taking a few seconds and a couple passes back and forth, you notice there seems to be a very blob-like green thing in the room.
Do I have any idea what it could be?
From the angle and the lighting, you can't really make out too much detail. It's just very rounded overall. It seems it's probably about like 4 foot high and like 2.5 feet wide. Just almost cylindrical through the center. And you do hear kind of like a snoring sound coming from it as well.
Sleep. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head back now. Head back with everyone else, and just keep that to myself till later.
All right. I head back over to everyone else, and everyone, you're ready to move on to the next step of these water barrels. It is going fairly quickly and smoothly, just given that you have a bunch of goblins to help, and you're also teaching them along the way. Otherwise, it'd probably still be a little bit faster if they already knew. But you want to be doing this if they already knew. As far as trying to heat treat the barrels, that's... Yes, Twilight?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, what you're saying might have major impact on what I'm about to say.
Well, I didn't quite hear what Tempest did.
Tempest looked inside what appeared to probably be the Elder's tent and saw kind of a giant green blobby mass that appears to be snoring. Well, sounds more than appears.
And she told the party that, right?
No, she's heading back to the party.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's only going to take, like... Only, like, 3 people can actually work on the heat treating at a moment, more or less. Just too many hands, too big of a problem. Nick, yeah. You know what you're doing with it, obviously, so you need to be a part of it. And obviously some muscle that the goblins maybe not so good at would be a good idea as well. So who is going to join in for the heat treating?
I will if no one else.
All right, so it sounds like Wrath, and then Tempest. Obviously, you get back over there, and you can see they're getting ready to heat treat everything. They've got the fire going, and they're getting everything lined up. Are you gonna join them on the heat treating, or go do something else?
I'm not joining this time.
Okay. What about Pius?
He's going to try to convince them that they have to promise that they're not going to hurt anybody unless it's in self-defense from now on. After we teach them all this stuff. So like,
you can go ahead and roll an insight check to see how much you believe them. Because they very, yeah, that's all we ever do. We only attack in self-defense.
I rolled. Where's it at? Damn it. Blind? There it is. 18.
Yeah, they seem to be very genuine about it. That's all they really ever do. They're just really scared, and people tend to be very aggressive towards them. Attack on sight sort of thing. So if they encounter other people, they're pretty much immediately ready to fight. Weapons drawn, getting into a group, and then they get attacked, and so they retaliate.
Is there a common way to declare peace in this universe?
No. Unfortunately, there's been no real serious way other than leaders of nations sort of thing at the end of a war meeting up and making some type of peace treaty. But there's no like we come in peace other than trying to say, hey, we don't want to fight.
Oh, okay.
But from the sounds of it, they never end up saying anything when they get attacked.
Okay. That's all I wanted to do.
Okay. We will let Nick, since they are spearheading this, go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage, since you have the others helping you out with this as well. For directing the goblins. You have enough barrels that you're probably going to hand it out part of the way through to let them actually do it.
25 is a better roll.
25, alright. So that's mostly how long it takes. You're able to get it handed off to them, and they do get those last couple of barrels done right, and in a fairly decent amount of time as well. From the heat treating to the filtration system being fully put together, added on, all of that. It does take you all collectively about another 4 hours to get through it all, because of that slowdown trying to teach them, and then them doing it themselves. They are going to be slower than all of you, as you all stand back and watch. But Twilight, you're the one person I did not ask, what are you doing during this time? During that 4-hour period? There is still, that well spot that you know about if you still want to dig a well.
Well, I'm assuming that Tempest came back and she kind of told the party, right? Or did she just not
Did
tell
you, Tempest?
anything?
Did you tell everyone about the elder tent, or what's in any of them for that matter?
I'm kind of just waiting until everyone's wrapped up with what they're doing first.
All right, Twilight. That means no. You are not told.
Is there a way I can actually try figuring out what she, like, asking her questions, like, hey, so what did you discover while I was gone, type thing?
Yeah, you can just walk up and ask. That's how you do that.
Yeah.
So, you can also just go try to look around the town yourself to figure out what's going on.
I could do that too.
Yeah, it's what are you going to do?
I think I'll look around.
Okay, roll a perception check then.
I think it's a 3. Plus 3?
You should have like a +5, I think. Just because it's a wisdom. Yeah, you have a +5.
So it's not a wisdom. Okay. So it's just
20 total. Yeah, you find
Holy
find the
shit.
tent and notice that it stands out from the others, and you're free to poke your head inside if you want. You notice a lot of the same things, like the center one, and the like. They have this tent with their tools, that tent with like the weapons and everything. Go ahead and roll another perception check with disadvantage, though, if you're actually going to look into the Elder's tent. Hey, double 19s. So 24 for that. So you look in, and you definitely, even with that, are more aware of what's inside the tent, even with the dimmer light and all of that. As you're looking around inside, you see the same green mass, and you realize that it's just like an inflated goblin, like really fat.
like, is it an inflatable or is it just like a
really fat goblin?
Is it alive?
Yeah, it's snoring. It seems to be asleep even after, 3 hours. Of course, you didn't know it was asleep before, but... There's just a really fat goblin sleeping in there. It's not on the bed, it's not on a chair, it's just on, like, the side of the tent on the inside.
I don't know if I should wake it up. I don't think I'm gonna wake it up. I'm just gonna leave.
Alright, you're gonna head back to everyone else?
Wait, before I do that, I'm gonna do detect magic on him.
You're gonna do detect magic. Use the spell slot on it.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Detect magic, and it's a living creature. Seems to be a goblin. Nothing special magically in the tent or within the range of your detect magic. How long does detect magic? Detect logic? I detect logic. No, I detect logic. That'd be an interesting spell. I know how smart you are because I cast this spell.
I think there's a feat for that.
There basically is, I'm sure. Detect magic lasts up to 10 minutes. So yeah, I mean, you could leave it on and walk around the village after that, too. But, it lasts for 10 minutes,
I'll do that.
so it gives you some time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
So as you're walking around and you get like near that center tent, walking past it, you can feel that there are some magic items in that one, but you don't feel anything other than life energy and just nothing special anywhere else. But that inside that tent, there does seem to be some magical items.
I'll go in and take a gander at those.
So when you step inside, there are, of course, a bunch of female goblins still working on repairing armor, clothes, and what they can with what they have. And if you start like stepping in further than the entrance, they start trying to shoo you away. Kind of like an old Hispanic grandmother trying to get the kids out of the kitchen when she's cooking. I say old Hispanic grandma as if, you know, there's such thing as a young... I guess they could be as young as like 26 technically as a grandmother. 29 by the time the grandkids could be running around. That would be young. But yeah, they try to shoot you out if you step in.
I thought I actually took some leather, you know those leather items that we found? That
a few little scraps, yeah. Like I said, it's like an inch of leather. It's not good for anything. Other than maybe patching a very tiny hole on the pants.
I do have clothes.
You don't have that many on you.
I got 3.
Yep.
So I can give them one outfit. If they let me look around.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check if you're trying to get them to let you look around. Just because you're gonna have to get them to understand too why are you handing us clothes, and that they even are clothes. They wear mostly like rags, like caveman style almost.
Persuasion.
Wrath, real quick. I shouldn't say real quick. Be as in-depth as you want on this. What are Wrath and or Lance thinking about throughout this whole process?
Thinking about discussing with my little mini dragon if he would like to stay with this community, and should they ever overhunt the area, come and find me.
So obviously thinking about that isn't going to take too much. Like, you've got a good 8 hours worth of time to think, so, it seems like a reasonable idea. While thinking about the fact that you could do that, the dragon could also go find Nellie L, or one of the giant elk, or really any of the guardians of the forest, honestly.
That's true.
So it seems reasonable for, like, you to leave the pseudo-dragon here to kind of help act as an overseer to make sure the goblins don't overstep their boundaries. You can even talk to your pseudo-dragon about it while doing this if you wanted to.
Yeah, that would be the next step. Making sure that it was good with it.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Oh, wow. 25.
It seems... Man, that pseudo-dragon never rolls above a 5 on anything.
Poor guy.
Got a little natural 3. It seems kind of uncomfortable with the idea, but it perfectly, like, agrees with you that it might be a good idea, because Nellie L, being, like, an intermediary that's supposed to help keep the peace, or the giant elk, or whichever guardian's most appropriate, they might be able to help the goblins be less of a problem without having to kill them. It just seems very uncomfortable with the idea, like it fears for its own safety.
Well, that's that leads into my next question for you, my little friend. Is this something, do you want me to talk to them to allow you to stay with them, or would you rather stay in the wilds near them and observe from far?
You get flashes. They don't seem like memories. They seem more like just what it's thinking. It's discomfort isn't about like whether they say it can stay or whether it lurks from the outside. It's the fear that they're going to beat him and eat him.
Yeah, I could definitely understand that. Maybe not then. I wouldn't want to endanger your life. Other than that, I don't really know. Just kind of helping along whatever processes need help.
Alright. Nothing big on Wrath's mind through the day?
Not really.
Alright. The pseudo-dragon, and you're like, hey, you know, don't worry about it. I don't want you to be uncomfortable or anything. It audibly lets out like a sigh of relief. Yeah, you all get that done. It's the sun is pretty much completely set at this point as well. It's nighttime and the goblins are happy and they're jumping for joy, and the barrels are all clumped together still. They haven't really been set up anywhere specific to help catch water or, you know, best points in the camp for access or anything like that. But with them all made, done, and them understanding, like, this is what they're for, they all seem very happy, very tired, and ready to relax and rest and start doing things that seem a little odd because they're not really normal. Dancing around in their own way, jibber-jabbering in Goblin. Several of them very, very happy, and they're like throwing their clothes off into the air and just running in circles around the village.
They party hard here.
Clearly.
I'm gonna play the harp.
You're gonna play the harp? You have a harp?
Yeah, give me some music.
Oh, that's right. You have the little mini harp, the hand harp. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Do you have performance? Roll a performance check. You have a +3.
Never in my existence did I believe I would see naked goblins.
Average enough. At a 10. It's not like it's hurting anyone's ears. Some of the children do gather around you and start doing like the little happy dance where they're just kind of like bouncing back and forth from one foot to the other and trying to clap in rhythm. Badly, they're children and they're goblins. They don't really understand. They also seem very fascinated, like they've never heard music before.
That's pretty good.
Interesting.
If you ever want, I can teach you some sea tunes, some shanties, if you will.
I mean, I'm sure I could try to play this better. Sure, teach me.
Okay. Wrath will take the harp from you and attempt to play a shanty.
Go ahead and roll a performance.
18.
18. So your playing is considerably better. It sounds much more practiced overall. Less hesitations, less random notes that aren't quite right. And you get out a couple of really good sea shanties. And it being a mini harp and everything, it's not necessarily super hard to play. Twilight, you'd be able to pick up more or less how to play something that sounds like a sea shanty, even if you don't pick up these exact ones. And Wrath, you get quite a few around you. Just absolutely enamored by the music. But Nick, what's Nick doing as the two of them start playing music and the goblins kind of just forget that they've been working and start running around the village and enjoying themselves instead?
I'm trying to decide. Nick is of two minds right now because they either don't clock out, like they either keep working and keep busying themselves to make sure that if the goblins mess this up, it's not on us. And is also like the idea of everybody relaxing and having a good time and playing music and chilling is very tempting.
Shall we do with the drunken sailor?
So it's that awkward, like, I'm keeping myself busy to be busy, but I know there's a party going on in the other room and I really want to join it, but I feel like I need to do this before I can do that. I have to take care of these things first.
All right, so what are you going to work on? Since the barrels are made, they're done. Everything's left set up to work on things, but one person by themselves won't get a terrible amount of work done in any amount of time.
Yeah, it's probably just mostly tedious shit. It's making sure the barrels are in good spots for collecting rain, making sure like the area that we plotted out for the farm is going to not just be a short term but work long term. Like,
so it there is a decent space set up, but it's more like a garden than a full-blown farm in size. You figure they probably wouldn't be able to grow enough food there, and they still haven't, obviously, like, no well's been made, so they still don't really have a way to water it. And you also realize you don't actually know why they were failing to grow plants. They were trying, but that doesn't mean it was a water issue necessarily.
yeah. Could I take some time and investigate the lands around the village to try and like sleuth out, was it just that they couldn't build anything? Like,
go ahead and roll a survival check.
Ooh, okay.
Is it with disadvantage? Because all he hears is, "Hey, blow the man down! Oh, blow the man down in Liverpool town!"
No, we'll make it nice. Just a plain old survival.
Uh,
total.
Oh look, she's trying to sing.
I'm rolling pretty hot tonight. That's a 19.
19.
So 19 plus 5. That's 24.
Yeah. All right. I will come back to that one. For how kind of what you find and what goes down.
Yeah.
Tempest, what are you doing as everyone kind of resolves work and starts enjoying themselves?
And it's pretty late at night too, right?
It's like early night. It's 8:30.
I'm gonna go back to wandering, more so in the outskirts of here.
Okay. Are you still just using your eyes, or are you kind of like turning
He's gonna
things
do
over
what?
this time?
For now, I'm gonna stick to my eyes.
Okay. Tempest, you should try turning up your volume, if you even can. I'm not even sure how to do that.
You can turn up individual people's volume, but not.
Yeah, because like looking at mine, I don't see a way to like turn up my own volume.
You can
Yes.
if you go through Discord and inputs.
User settings, voice and video, input volume. Yeah, I'd have to step away from my computer over towards her because I don't know the layout on the phone to try walking her through it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you are even quieter than you were last time. Which I do not understand how you keep getting quieter. Because I keep turning up the volume, too. And you're not actually talking quieter. Like, I'm hearing you at the same volume you have been.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't even, like, come over to the mic that time. I'll have to figure it out. You'll just have to try to speak a little bit louder for the rest of the night.
Yell at us!
Wandering!
Go ahead and, but are you just, like, looking at things, or are you actually, like, gonna, like, try to turn things over and, like, legitimately investigate?
Investigate.
Alright, roll an investigation check then. And Pius, what's Pius working on? Or doing? Not really working on, necessarily.
Pius is joining Wrath, and he's drumming on a system.
Okay, go ahead and roll a performance with advantage.
Thank you.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her.
Oh, hell yeah, baby.
Yes.
What'd you get?
That is a 23.
Alright,
Turn me on, pirates, soon enough.
So you get a good
I can't
beat
beatbox,
going.
but I can drum.
You get a good rhythm going there. At this point, most of the encampment of goblins are kind of around and dancing and enjoying themselves. There's probably around like 30 to 40 goblins, just kind of all in the center of town with all of you at this point. They've set up. They have a space for a campfire not too far away from that large tent. They've asked Captain Flowers to poof bonfire, make it easier, faster, essentially. And even the female goblins are kind of heading outside of the tent, although they seem very reserved about it and almost nervous, like they never leave the tent. And they kind of join in as well. As far as your 5 investigation, the only thing that you really notice at all throughout it is that Nick has not joined everyone and is off to the side. Still kind of checking out everything a bit further than you are. Like, you're around the immediate perimeter, and Nick's more around the whole perimeter. So, a little bit further out. But Nick...
Inspiration would be nice.
I mean, you could use your inspiration.
Yeah, give that to me. I'm tired of shitty investigations.
I mean, you have one. You could just say, I'm using my inspiration. You have a box on your main page that says it.
I haven't found that yet, but I'm using it.
Yeah. It's right under the space, like, name, race, background, inspiration. It's the 4th line on the first page. So yeah, go ahead and roll again then, since you have the advantage there.
It only does advantage? Damn.
Yeah, that's it. Just advantage. But I mean, it's hard to do worse than the natural 3 you got.
Say that.
With the 12, it's kind of blatantly obvious, but there isn't really much they have on the outside of everything. It's mostly just the tents. There's no fencing around. There's not much in the way of even shrubbery. They seem to have cleared that out as well. But they do have some little spots, you notice, that almost seem to be dug out next to the tents to make them less noticeable, where it looks like they may store things. You don't notice anything in the ones that you do spot, though. And that's in addition to what you notice about Nick being out there by themselves. It looks like they may even keep weapons. It's a large enough space to be able to keep like a couple of short swords in. possibly to help with invaders. Like if people come rushing into the village, they might trip on the holes. They're not super noticeable at first. They do seem to have taken some amount of effort to defend and protect themselves, though.
I'm intelligent enough. Right, carrying on.
Okay, yeah, but over to Nick. As you're kind of out there trying to figure out the soil and what problems there may be with growing, the elder goblin that had been talking to everyone before approaches you and thanks you, of course, and asks you why you're not with everyone else enjoying everything.
Oh, I don't know how to explain it. I'm anal.
He raises an eyebrow. Anal? Most women not like anal. You like anal? You woman?
Ooh.
He doesn't completely seem to get what you're actually trying to say, misunderstanding the words, clearly.
Vine boom.
I like to make sure that I do a good job in anything I do. And I would like to make sure that your village, town, whatever you may call it, is safe and well taken care of. So I'm taking my time to check everything.
He nods and he starts to speak again. Me trust you. Me want trust other humies, but they not nice like you. How we make other humie nice like you?
I don't know. I genuinely wish I had the answer.
Do you still have the hermit's head?
Yeah, it's still on my belt with me.
All right.
I'm assuming, unless anybody else wanted to take him.
Hell no.
Yeah.
I did. I wanted him.
To not do cruel things to him.
You have been
No,
terribly
absolutely
distracted
not.
all day. No one's taken the hermit's head.
Damn. You just don't want to give it to me.
He's
Yeah.
he's still on my hip.
Yeah, I was mostly making sure that you were the one with him. I thought that was the case, but I couldn't remember who he actually was
when we
with
left
last.
But yeah, before the end of the last session, I said I'll take him, and he was handed off to me, if I'm recalling properly.
Yeah, I remember the joke about Lollipop Chainsaw. But the hermit kind of speaks up at that moment about like with the whole like trust, how we make other whom we trust, and the hermit with some amount of indignation in his voice. Well, maybe not kill them. I'd like my body back. It may be a start for me at least. He seems to be pouting because he's just ahead. And he's been quiet all day.
You've been very good, Hermit. I do believe you deserve your body. But let's not get selfish here. It's about more than just you. Agreed?
I did only do the ritual because I want to help everybody. But every time I try, bad things happen. I mean, now I'm just ahead. How am I supposed to feel at the moment if that's all that ever happens?
Well, I mean, think about how much FaceTime you'll get with people now. All right, that was a bad one. That's on me.
I mean, I liked it. I thought it was pretty.
That one was on. That's on me. That's on me.
He does let out a little bit of a chuckle.
But I agree, and I know that you didn't ask for this life. So I would like, if you could, addressing the goblin, to bring the body parts for my companion here. If you could bring those to us, that would be a step in the right direction for at least this one.
So the goblin has a little bit of a frown on his face. We not have body. I spend day asking about body. They say they threw body when they start moving while they come back.
They threw the body when it started moving and tried to come back. Mm-hmm.
Me sorry. Me give body back if had body.
I know.
Anything else me can do though?
No, not at the moment. I appreciate all of you. And I'm sorry for the way, I genuinely am sorry for the way that other humanoid races treat you.
It okay. It sound like Humi not nice to other Humi either. Head, he not have happy either. And me sorry, Gobby attack you. Me go get Gobby. Gobby that attack you. Me get them. They say sorry.
That'd be nice.
And he saunters off back towards the camp.
Why couldn't you just sit still? Why'd you have to go wiggling? I'm addressing the head on my belt now.
It's not like I was attached. I don't have control over the limbs. I don't. If I had control over the limbs, I'd know that they were thrown away. Who knows where my body is now? Oh,
man.
My hands may have crawled away. My legs could have ran back towards Pallet. I don't know where my body is. This isn't good.
Man, I am one of the few people in this party that like you, and I'm trying real hard to help you, and you just make it so hard.
I didn't make it hard. It's Jessica makes it hard.
Yeah.
I didn't ask to be cut into pieces. It's not my fault.
I'm
trying. I want. I've never had a friend before, and I'm trying, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. 300 years, and I've never known how to make a friend.
Do I hear this conversation at all?
They're a bit away, so no.
Damn.
I will start walking back after the conversation with the goblin. That made me feel better about our relationship with them and how they are and everything. So I'll start sauntering back to the group, and I am like face palming and just pinching the bridge because I'm literally doing it now. I'm pinching the bridge of my nose, like where my eyes meet, because I just don't know where to start with you. I don't want to.
When you look up afterwards, you just see all of the dancing goblins around Wrath. She's the girl for me. Boys roll, boys roll. And Pius on the drum.
Before we move on from me and the Hermit's conversation, I'm like, so how attached were you to this body? I mean that's a pun, and yes. How attached were you to your body? Did we really need to go get it? Are you okay just being ahead?
It's the only body I've ever had. I was going to make a pun about attached, but you got it already. Unfortunately, you beat me to the punchline. Antied my joke.
It's easy to do when you have no arms.
I like you. I like you more than the others. I like all of you. You frustrate me, and I wish we could be friends, but I like all of you. You are good people.
They blame you for a thing I did, and I appreciate that.
What did you do?
Oh. Well, technically, I'm the one that had them stand in the circle and got them all into this position in the first place. That's on me. And they blame you partially for that.
I don't blame you. I blame Jessica, honestly. I mean, that's the whole point of her setting it up, and probably why she made me go down to the village and perform all those miracles. It's her fault, really.
To an extent, but it's also my fault. I made the call and made them stand on their elements and was the one that set it all up. That's on me. But they blame you for it.
Well...
But we'll find your body in time.
Well,
For
even
now,
if we don't, I won't blame you. But what do you think I can do to help make things right? At least make everyone less angry about it.
talk less.
Well, today should be a good start. I did go almost 8 hours without saying a word.
Yeah, that was good. Can you do another 8?
God damn.
Absolutely. When we go to sleep tonight.
Yep. Yeah. At least for that. I'd appreciate it. I'm gonna listen to them play music until it's time for bed.
So the older goblin is, of course, he gets back to it a little bit more, and he starts trying to kind of hush everyone down, so he can gather up the goblins that had actually attacked the hermit and get them to apologize. And they raise a bit of a fuss, the whole "but he hit us first" sort of thing, and ultimately both sides end up apologizing to the other. The hermit for being racist, basically, and just assuming that because they're goblins that they were going to hurt him, and the other side, apologizes for throwing his body away like it was trash. And then the older goblin also apologizes to the group at large because they'd love to have a feast to celebrate and offer you all food, but one day's work doesn't, magically make food.
That's true.
But after his apologies, he lets everyone get back to the merriment and enjoy it, and then apologize to the village for being a downer by stopping the festivities for all of that. He seems to have a better understanding of culture and class than the rest of them.
When he initially silences everyone down, I'm gonna hand the harp back to Twilight, right? Did I get that right?
Yep, it's Twilight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I keep mixing you two. I taught you a few things. Now you try. After this speech and all, of course.
I just go over to Pius and start banging on his body like a drum. I think I may be better at this one. Let's try this.
The festivities are, of course, resuming with or without the music. Everyone's enjoying themselves, having a good time, talking, that sort of thing. Twilight, go ahead and, of course, roll a performance check if Pius isn't going to be like, stop.
Ouch.
So.
Ow.
It's okay, I won't hurt you that much.
That much.
This sucks. I'd rather take my 10.
Yep, with that 5. Woof. Yeah, no, you just basically knock him around. It's very legitimately just like an ow situation. But Wrath, you watching all of this, being a part of it, it's very similar to how the crew of the Kraken's Bane used to be, whether on shore leave or just, gentle moments out on the sea. Everyone dancing around, enjoying themselves, just one big family. No one really on their own and all a part of it. I mean, they're even including the Hermit. Some of the goblins are trying to talk to him and everything. And
Okay.
so Twilight, how about another performance roll when you go back to the harp?
I can try the harp again. It's gonna be a 1.
When she does this, Wrath is gonna feign having to use the bathroom and sneak off.
All right.
Towards the forest.
With a 14, you do pretty well. You get a general motion of a sea shanty on the harp. No words along the side of it, though.
Yeah, I think I'm done playing music.
I mean, you play for a while, and everyone's enjoying it. It's not bad. You do sound like a musician. But we know Wrath is stepping away. Everyone else,
though. Real quick, what was the outcome when, what was the outcome about the whole trading clothes thing?
You never rolled a persuasion.
I could have swore I did.
Never saw it pop up? And then you moved on to saying you were doing something else, so I was like, okay, I guess you gave up. So you never gave them the clothes.
Oh.
Because they didn't know what to do with them. But everyone else in the merriment, anything specific or just kind of enjoying it?
Surely.
Do I notice Wrath sneak off?
Oh yeah, everyone can tell he's excusing himself to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Or so he says to everyone.
Yeah.
I can roll persuasion or stealth or anything like that if you want.
Well,
I don't know your intent, if you're deceiving them or if you're actually just going to the bathroom.
No, he's trying to go out without anyone noticing.
So it'd be a deception check.
Okay. 23.
Ooh,
17.
I would definitely not.
Passively, it just seems like he is legitimately going to go to the bathroom.
I was gonna say, can I, because of my mood and the position I'm in, can I roll an active insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. 21, so he still gets it.
Yeah, something seems a little bit off about it. He doesn't necessarily seem as happy as the rest of the festivities do, but neither do you. So you're pretty sure he is step into the bathroom, but things are on his mind. This is a strenuous journey. It's gonna happen.
I'd clock that he left, but I'm not gonna say anything.
So Wrath, what are you stepping away to do?
Wrath is actually going to spend the night going out into the forest to find the nearest and largest predator that he can.
Okay, go ahead and roll a survival check for me.
Okay. Survival is +5. Oh no! 9? Damn it! I rolled good on everything else.
Go ahead and you do find a fairly sizable predator. Let me open up a list of beast type monsters, so I can find one of a fairly large size.
A big ass giant cockroach.
No. Yeah, you find a brown bear.
Perfect. I'm going to use the ring. Well, I'm going to sneak up, or attempt to sneak up, to be able to use the ring to cast Animal Friendship, which is a wisdom saving throw by them. As I sneak up on it and pull out some of my dried jerky that I keep as like a trail snack and hold it out to cast the spell.
What's the DC on the spell?
13 wisdom.
It got a 14.
Unfortunate. Well, either way, I'm going to cast Speak with Animals also and be like, my friend, I need your aid.
And you said you're pulling out some dried meat as well for it? Go ahead and roll an animal handling with advantage.
Thank God for advantage. Dirty 20.
Hey, it gets high enough to not think you're some type of attacker. So it chills in curiosity, mostly out of the fact that you can communicate with it, asks what you need.
I have to mark off the charges. 1 second. Okay. There's a nearby group of goblins. I need them watched. I don't trust them with the knowledge that we may be giving them. I need also to make sure that they're not attacked, and if they are, then I need word to be sent to one of the guardians of this forest.
Go ahead and roll another animal handling.
Okay. Fuck. 9.
So it doesn't really completely understand what you're trying to tell it. It kind of asks back, me kill Goblin?
No kill. Watch. Protect. And I kind of do the, like, make myself a little larger, like I'm going to give it a hug motion. Protect.
Go ahead and try making that roll with advantage again.
Okay. 22.
Good enough. It basically gets the gist. And it's like, and it responds, like cub, baby.
Like baby, yes, like cub.
It nods and kind of starts looking around like it's trying to find these goblins.
I motion for it to follow me, and I lead it back towards the camp, but not close enough where the camp can see us, just like on the outskirts of the woods or whatever, looking at it.
Alright, yeah, it follows you, and it seems to have a decent idea, and basically says that it will be back later because it also has its own family.
Of course. Just if you notice anything, alert the guardians to alert me.
It nods and begins to walk away.
And Wrath will start bedding down here at the edge, just kind of watching what's going on in the camp, thinking to himself. He's taken the stone off of his palm and he's doing the the roll between the fingers with the coin type trick, and just thinking to himself.
What's Wrath thinking about?
He's wondering how much trust he can put in these creatures, because he's never met a goblin that hasn't just attacked on sight. The intelligence of him worries him, because he's doing all of this to protect this road and this forest. But at the same time, the encounter earlier has made him more concerned for the goblins. Once the road is open, how many people will pass through here and see nothing but goblins to attack?
Alright. Back over to basically everyone else in the little encampment. It's getting close to about 10. Getting kind of close to actually, like, sleep, rest, sentry mode, trance, sort of thing. And a lot of the goblins are kind of, like, starting to fall asleep, just kind of wherever they happen to be, sit down on the next to tents, or lay down in the middle of the bonfire area. Some of them head into the tents. And the elder goblin says you're free to use any of the tents you want, except the elder tent, which he points to. That's only for the elder. And then he himself walks into one of the other tents.
I kind of want to go back into the tent with the ladies to see if we could maybe do that trading clothes thing so I could get those magic items.
They're kind of just out and about with everyone else, starting to fall asleep with the other goblins and such. They left the tent
so I can
quite a while ago.
Again. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go into their tent and leave a pair of clothes for them and get the magic items. Or at least attempt to.
Alright.
Are you guys okay if I do that?
You're actually gonna ask everyone if
I'm
they're
not
okay
there.
with you doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll just point the blame at you.
If you
Thanks.
really want to, you can do it. I would suggest waiting for the morning and we can have a discussion about it as a party rather than you sneaking off, taking things, and then them maybe getting upset with us. I know you want them, and I know it's intriguing, but I think patience might be worth the wait.
Alright. Mr. Logic over here. Alright. You're right, because they could probably see that as a master threat, and we don't want to do that, so...
I really
think what
don't
I'm
like
going
the smell of burnt goblin.
to do...
They are quite hairy creatures.
I think what I'm going to do is, yeah. Well, thanks for the input. I think what I'm going to do is actually go back to those tree stumps and try to plant some seeds and flowers. And try to see if that might help crops grow.
You would have to find some seeds. You don't
For
have
their
any.
food.
You can just make things grow, though. You're
Yeah,
druid.
things that are already there, you can
Yeah.
just make them grow, but none of it exactly seems like edible stuff. It's mostly bushes and trees, and you don't notice any berry bushes nearby.
I could do the good berries, though, and see if that could actually make it so...
Try to plant a good berry.
Yeah, plant a good berry to help it grow.
Okay. That gives me something to consider. So I'll come back to it and think about it while we go through the rest of the list. We have.
I'm pondering this one too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what would happen exactly. Would they grow? Because, I mean, berries normally
Don't we
do
have
have
beans?
seeds in them. We have the magic beans as well.
So the thing about a good berry is it disappears in 24 hours, right? So no one's ever seen what would happen if it were to make a bush. But a druid can make it instantly make a bush.
So if a good berry has a seed in it, like most berries do, she could make that grow, and then like the good berry disappears, but not this bush that grew. So, yeah, I'll think about that for a moment.
That's what I wanted to do all along.
I also really love the idea of us just planting all of our magic beans in this forest.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that would turn into chaos.
It's like, yeah, okay, you have a pyramid and a whale and
a fountain of ale.
Tree that sprouts and swears to protect the little goblins.
And then just a bullet just boom pops out of the ground.
Jess is like, you grew an IKEA. There's an IKEA.
We just step inside and take a look. Despite the fact that it looks like it's pretty small for an IKEA, it seems to go on for miles.
Oh no.
You have entered another plane of existence.
It's an SCP, we knew it.
You've grown the infinite IKEA.
Infinite IKEA.
Best furniture store ever.
Infinite
Also solves their food problem, because Swedish meatballs, hell yeah.
True.
Yeah, it also kind of protects them from at least the human races, because they're lost in a maze.
Yeah.
Then they have to deal with the staff. And the staff are so much worse than humans.
Some white guy comes walking by, they're gonna be like, ooh, an IKEA, and just wander in and never be seen again.
All of a sudden, someone
We are
walks
talking about
out
the
of the
furniture store,
IKEA.
right?
Do what?
We are talking about the furniture store, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just making sure it wasn't like a game or something. But yeah,
It's
I'm really down for an IKEA.
It's one of the SCPs that we're more specifically talking about. It's an IKEA that's not normal. It has miles upon miles upon miles of IKEA store. Who knows? People spend years lost in it. Most never get out. A few have. It's known as the Infinite IKEA. And the staff there aren't like normal staff. They're not like humans who work there. They're mannequins. And they're very helpful during the daytime cycle, but during the nighttime cycle, they basically run around saying the store is closed, please get out, and beating anyone they find mercilessly.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I want to go into it.
Okay.
The Infinite IKEA is a mega dungeon by D&D standards. An unbelievable mega dungeon because it is the size of a city. Yeah, we could literally run an entire, like, probably level 10 or level 15 campaign in just Infinite IKEA, which is why it's not included in the Arc 3 SCP list.
Is it included in the 2?
Oh, no. SCPs as a whole are just not included until Arc 3.
Damn.
Unless I randomly get obsessed with one that's pretty chill. But, yeah, back to the game.
Oh, this wasn't in game? You guys got my hopes up. Shit.
I mean, you guys could have been talking about it in game. That would have been entertaining. I mean, it's not like you guys
just
don't
telepathically communicating.
Yeah, Rat's just telepathically communicating. Fourth wall
Guys,
is just
imagine
slowly
this
shattering.
IKEA.
Yeah, so Twilight's going off to try planting that. Wrath's off away from everyone. No one actually knows where. You've been offered to use any tent you want to sleep. It's getting late, and basically the entire little encampment is going to bed. So how do you all decide to post up? Minus Wrath and Twilight. We'll get back to the two of you in a bit.
Pius is just keeping an eye on the goblins.
So just like sentry mode in the middle of town sort of thing?
Yeah. Normal shit.
Alright, what about Tempest?
I'm gonna find the neatest, cleanest corner and just roll up over it.
You would figure that would probably be inside one of the tents.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll perception to find the cleanest looking tent you can. The roll basically determines how clean of a tent you find. $26. You happen to find a fairly clean tent. There's not really anything in it. It's basically just a tent. There's a big, like, bear fur, essentially, laid out on the ground like a bed or blanket. And that's about it. That's pretty much how all of the tents are. But you find a fairly clean one that's not full of goblins already. It's empty.
Awesome. I thought it was cleaning goblins all.
Goblins hornily humping throughout the night in their sleep.
Don't cuddle with them.
Yeah. Twilight. As for what happens, so you plant the first one, and you druid craft, and out of it sprouts a tree. It's not even a bush. A full-blown tree. It gets about 6 feet high. I mean, it looks like it would be a relatively young tree in a lot of ways, because it's only a handful of feet tall, but it is clearly a tree, and it already sprouting some berries, but they don't look like the good berries.
Interesting. I can use detect. What is it?
Do you have detect poison? Is that what you're thinking about?
I do.
Yeah, you can
But
use detect poison.
I was actually using the ring. I was gonna get the good berries off the ring to make sure that they're good berries.
Yes, you took one of those good berries, you planted it, and then you cast a spell to make it grow.
Okay.
What grew is a tree, and the berries on that tree do not appear to be good berries.
Understandable. Yeah, so I can do detect poison.
I do not see detect poison on the list.
I thought I did.
You can change out the spell for the next day, but no, detect poison isn't one of them you have prepared currently.
Okay, so I can't actually prepare the spell?
You can prepare it in the morning after your long rest. It basically temporarily switch with one of the ones you have. So then the next day you can switch it back.
Right.
But right now you do not have it prepared, so right now you cannot cast it. You'd have to wait until morning.
I wonder if I can try it.
Of course, you can pick up and put whatever you want into your mouth, really. The part you can't control is consequences.
Well, as we all know that she is an addictive.
She's hoping they'll get her
adolescent.
intoxicated.
Yeah, I want intoxication here.
So
I'm gonna do that mixed with my. So I'm gonna do a combo here. Well, no, I'll just take good berry. I'll just take the berry to see what it does.
So when you eat it, when you put it in your mouth and kind of start chewing and eating it, you notice that it tastes like meat. It has all the texture and everything of a strawberry. It kind of looks like a blueberry, except it's pink, and it tastes like meat.
I just spit it out and going, what the hell? But is it doing anything to me? Like, is it making me sick?
No, it's not. It just tastes like meat for some reason, despite being a berry.
Oh, I'm taking all of these berries and I'm giving it to, I'm gonna screw up this name. Is it Raph?
Yeah.
The dragon.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take all these berries and give it to him and say, you gotta taste these, bro.
You don't know where Wrath is at the moment, but you also still have 9 good berries just in your hand. You planted 1 and did that. So what are you doing with the other 9 good berries?
I'm gonna plant the rest.
Making a little orchard of good berry trees?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, you get those and they all sprout up. You could probably get about, like, 4 pounds of berries off of one of them. And since there's 10, there's like 40 pounds of berry. You don't know. Time has to pass.
Okay. Let's see. How do I carry all of them all? That's the problem.
Yeah, 4 pounds of berries isn't all that hard. 40 pounds, if you were to pick every tree clean, would be a bit more difficult.
Okay, so I could take a few berries off of the tree for Wrath, and then I could take a few more berries for the community and see how that goes. And that would be it for me.
Yeah,
when I get back, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, everyone seems to be asleep, but how are you going to bed? Are you gonna go into a tent? You
A
notice
magic
that
carpet.
a couple people are missing, so... how high above the ground are you planning to float?
Wait, who's missing?
You don't see Wrath and you don't see Tempest.
Maybe I'll just do a night watch. Make sure that...
Well, I mean, Pius is right there in
Goblin.
sentry mode, and so is Nick. They're usually pretty darn aware of everything.
That's true.
Yeah, but they're horrible at these things.
I don't know, they saved everyone from a bug the other night. Yeah, I mean, you can choose to forego sleep and just keep watch instead if you really want to.
No, I'll just sleep on the magic carpet because I need to rebuild all of my spells. So yeah.
You need your spell slots
That's what
back.
I'm doing. I do.
Okay, again,
And just to make sure I'm gonna get a good night's sleep, I think I have a spell that actually allows me to have a deep sleep.
No.
I do.
I can't sleep above myself.
I cast the sleep spell, which causes me to immediately lose concentration, and thus the spell ends. No, you don't have a spell for
I am gonna use about 13 of these empathal lilies.
Ephemeral lilies.
I can't.
The doses.
Yeah.
All right.
For my fix.
All right. Well, you have
Mixed with the mushroom.
So you have 27, and you said you're using 13?
Uh-huh. And I'm using the last mushroom.
Mushroom? Oh, you have 1 pound of...
Yeah,
well,
I
you have
mushroom.
11 pounds of mushrooms. That's food mushrooms, not magic mushrooms.
Shit.
I mean,
Hey, I
you
could
can still
actually
eat
go
mushrooms.
back and plant. I could go out and plant the mushrooms, and because they're food. I didn't think about that. I thought those were the
And
ones.
as a fungus, you can basically just plant a part of one, and it'll grow.
Crush it all
You know
up
what?
and
I think I'm gonna
throw it out.
I think I'm gonna do that. Since I'm in a town, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are like dirt spots, right?
Oh yeah, none of this is
By the
paved.
tents?
Yeah, none of it's paved.
Yeah,
you can just
I think I'm
plant
gonna
it
do
in
that.
random places if you really want.
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna
think I'm
plant
gonna
them
do
like
that.
around the tents.
Yeah.
All 11 pounds. You can pretty much plant mushrooms across the entirety of the camp and all of the tents if you use all 11 pounds.
Yeah, I can do that, and then I could actually, because I took some good berries, so I could plant the good berries around the town too.
You mean the berries you picked off of the good berry tree?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then I also took a few berries back
Okay, so you didn't plant all 10?
from the bushes.
Because I asked earlier if you planted all
No,
10
when I
and you
picked
said
the-
yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
planted all 10 of my
good berries.
for my ring, but then I took some.
Those aren't good
I
berries.
took a couple of off the tree. Yes, I took a couple of good berries off the tree, and then I took a couple of off the other shrubs that I planted.
First, those aren't good berry trees. Or they're not good berries. They're berries from the good berry tree.
Right.
You don't know what type of berry they are.
Right.
Second, I asked about those
Right.
berries, you said yes, and good berries. As if they were two separate things. You planted all the good berries.
Sorry.
You don't have any good berries. You have berries from the good berry tree.
Right.
Just the one thing.
Right.
You're gonna plant those, though.
So. Yeah.
Okay. There's
Sorry
no additional
for the
things in
miscommunication.
this. So I'm just trying to clarify, because you were confusing me by suddenly having extra things.
I was confusing myself too.
Yeah.
I was confusing myself too.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it's... Let me add back in those 13 doses from the ephemeral lilies, because you got distracted before you did anything with those.
Yeah.
So you're planting all 11 pounds of mushrooms, and some of the berries off the trees.
No, I was going with 5 pounds of mushrooms.
Okay.
And then maybe 1 or 2 berries that I plucked off of the tree.
Okay, are you trying to use Druidcraft to make them sprout as well?
Yes.
The berries don't seem to do anything when
I'm
you cast
so
it on
sorry.
them. What? Sound like you were apologizing, Twilight?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was confusing you.
All good. We're past that. We're moving on to the effects of it now. Sorry, I'm off on where I was. I gotta take a moment to recenter my thought process here now. As you're planting all the berries and the mushrooms are sprouting out, doing what they should. But nothing seems to happen when you try to cast Druidcraft on the berries to make them sprout.
Interesting. I wonder if it's the dirt that causes things not to grow.
Not normally. Usually if something doesn't grow off Druidcraft, and you would know this, it's because it just can't grow.
Right.
You think you may have grown infertile trees. Like, they can grow berries, but those berries don't have seeds, and therefore cannot make new trees.
Well,
It's
at
already
least we
around
got the
midnight, though,
mushrooms,
so if you don't go to sleep soon, you won't get a full night's rest either.
Alright, going to bed.
Alright, over to Wrath. You've been watching Twilight start making her rounds around town, saw Tempest go into the tent, everything else. Are you just gonna head to the sleep then?
I'll hold up the coin, finally stop flipping it through my hands, hold it up to the sky. Is it overcast, clear? Can I see stars?
Clouds are starting to roll in, presumably the snow that was supposed to be coming in the next 24 hours. It's starting to roll in. It is getting colder as well.
He'll should anyone be around him, they would witness him float up about 5 feet into the air as he casts Witch Bolt just into the sky in general. And as he does so, he probably not loud enough to be heard through the spell, but he kind of whispers, "Richa, guide us, please." And then he'll hover down the 5 feet and then find somewhere to bed down for the night.
Okay. So Pious, Twilight, you would have noticed a light streak through the sky with the Witch Bolt. But Twilight, you would not have noticed where it came from or anything. You just would have noticed there was a light in the sky and then it was gone. Pious, you would have been able to tell where it was. Or where it came from.
Alright, I'll just keep watching that spot. Just to make sure. Because I feel like I wouldn't know that was Wrath.
Probably not. What was that though, Twilight?
I was gonna say, I think I forgot one step. I was gonna, get my fix.
Yeah, you can still get your fix before you go to sleep. I also still need to know, how far above the ground are you taking the magic carpet to sleep?
Probably about maybe 10 feet.
Okay. And how many doses of the lily are you going to be smoking before the sleep?
Since I'm so stressed, 14.
14. Alright. It is down to 13 doses. Go ahead and roll a Constitution save with disadvantage.
Constitution.
Oh no.
Where is it?
A few moments later.
I did not see it. Yeah, I'll find it eventually.
Your bonus
Okay.
on a Constitution save is 5. 15. Alright. Between the
No,
number...
you said disadvantage, right?
Oh yeah, disadvantage, that's right. Yeah. What is with you and rolling doubles tonight? You got that double 19, now you got a double 10. With the 15 total, you still definitely fail. I mean, that would have been a fail in normal circumstances. But you have failed by such an incredible amount that I need you to roll a wisdom save as well.
You have no idea what is going on, do you?
No, I do not. I'm
with
not
your
intoxicated, so of course not.
with your 12 there, you have failed the madness save. You pretty much, like, as soon as you finish hitting it and inhaling, you are unbelievably high, and you pass out right away. You fall off the magic carpet to the ground. And your dreams make very little sense, but you will remember them vividly the next morning. To the point where you think that it was a whole nother reality that you were living in and experiencing for the upwards of 7 years.
Oh, I fucking hate when that happens.
So when you first wake up, you are going to... You got so high that your dreams are extremely vivid, and you lived through like 7 years of life in this one night of dreams. And when you wake up, you are going to be incredibly disoriented, having to come back from this fake life you were living, where you were some guy named Jeremy, and you were a basketball pro.
Oh no, she was a Jerry.
Nice.
So yeah, you're gonna, for at least the first little bit after waking up, you're gonna actually think that you're some basketball star named Jerry. And you'll have disadvantage.
I like how this is gonna play out.
Yes, and you're gonna have the poison status condition for the entire next day as well, until you get another sleep in. You got incredibly high, to the point it just completely fried your brain. Yeah, I mean, 1 dose is already a considerable amount of this very potent magical plant, but you did 14. There were going to be some consequences.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But do I enjoy it though? That's what I want to know. Do I enjoy it?
You passed out immediately after you finished inhaling.
Damn.
But I mean, the years you live are as a basketball star, so I mean, I'm sure there's ups, there's downs, but your 7 years as a professional athlete in the real world, and your wife leaves you, divorces you at one point, and it's different. It's weird, and you will remember it all vividly the next day. After everyone wakes up, you can come up with that, whatever stories you experience as a professional basketball player in the real world. But that's after everyone wakes up.
Alright.
Everyone is taking their rests. Pius, Nick, you both would have noticed she was smoking, and then just whack, and fell off the magic carpet, instantly asleep.
So am I sleepwalking though?
No, you're not.
You're sleep unconscious.
You are just out. Your whole body, everything just shut down.
Right.
You are out hard.
Alright. Ow!
You don't have to roleplay it. Dude, like, that's taking it a bit far.
Oh, you guys heard that? Yeah, that was my stool that fell out underneath me. It's my footstool.
So, during this night's rest, though, one of you is experiencing something just as vividly as Twilight is. Wrath. After you fall asleep, well, you close your eyes, you start to go to sleep, and then you can hear the sounds of a storm on the high seas, and feel wood beneath your boots as a ship is rocking back and forth that you're on. And when you open your eyes, kind of to look around and see, you're aboard the Kraken's Bane. Everyone is running around trying to stabilize the ship in a storm.
Am I on the top deck?
Yes, you're on the top deck.
I immediately look for the captain. Is he at the helm?
Yes, you see Davy Jones standing at the helm, laughing maniacally into the sky. You recognize this scene. It was the day you lost your family.
Fuck me.
This doesn't feel like a dream, though. This feels very real.
Captain! Where are we?
We're sailing into the eye of the storm.
What brought us here, Captain? Why?
He just continues to laugh maniacally into the sky, almost as if you never asked him a question, or whatever you asked was just entertaining to him.
Hey.
Go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
Okay. 16.
Are you proficient in dex saves? I should
I am
open your
not.
sheet for the duration of this.
I am not. I'm proficient in Constitution and Charisma.
Yeah, so anything that you're proficient in that you roll during this, add an extra +4.
Okay.
So you got a 16. You managed to catch your footing as the boat shifts and almost throws you towards the center, but you catch yourself on the railing on one of the ropes that line it specifically to grab onto in these instances.
As I brace myself on it, if it calms for just a second, I flip one of my hands over to see if the stone is there.
No. You also notice that you're not wearing the clothes you were when you were closing your eyes and trying to go to sleep. You are wearing your attire from your days as a pirate. More like that first image we've gotten generated of you.
Right.
The hagstone is around your neck, though.
Okay. So the crew is just running around trying to brace the ship right now, you said?
Mostly. Some of them seem to be shouting up at the captain, too. You can't hear what they're saying, but you can hear the captain. He seems to be far louder than anyone else. Almost magically enhanced, as if by, like, thaumaturgy. And one of the crew, noticing you, runs past and just kind of like grabs onto your shoulders and is like, Wrath! You have to do something! The captain, he's gone mad! He's driving us into the storm for no reason! You are the only one who could talk sense into him! Please! Make him stop!
Do I recognize this person?
He's been aboard the ship almost as long as you have. He didn't come on as a child, though. He did come on in his adult years. He went through most of the training with you.
Lucius, I'll do what I can. Help the others, brace the ship! And I'll run up to where the captain is.
Go ahead and make another dexterity save. Actually, make a strength save this time.
Oof, okay. 14?
You don't manage to keep yourself up as a wave comes crashing over the side, pushing you across the deck, almost off the other side. But you hit the side of the ship and aren't launched over.
Can I cast shield as a reaction to fly 10 feet? Is it over 10 foot tall?
The deck of the wall? The side of the
ship?
ship?
The wave. No, the wave that's hitting me.
No. The wave coming over the top is about, like, 20 feet over the edge of the boat. It is much taller.
Oh, okay. Then never mind. I'll still try and cast shield to negate any kind of damage that I would take from it.
Alright. And you notice as the water kind of subsides and you can see around the boat, several of the crew seems to be seems to have been taken with this wave as well.
Shit. Captain, you've got to turn us around!
Boy, why would I turn this ship around? This is our glory, our destiny!
You'll so, Captain! I'm gonna continue to try and make my way to him. How far away is he from me?
Probably about like 40 feet at the moment. You are having to move at half speed, though. Essentially, it's difficult terrain just from the shaking.
Okay. Can I try to... So I can get 25 feet from him, right? 15, yeah. Do I have my staff?
No, you do not.
Okay. I'll just use my action to dash, then run as fast as I can up to him. So without anything preventing me, I'd get within 5 feet of him, I think.
Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Or 10 feet of him, sorry. Acrobatics.
Yep.
Okay. 15.
15. So as the boat is continuing to rock and shift, it's becoming more violent as you're getting closer and closer to this hurricane in the middle of the ocean, and your crewmates are falling and slipping, and you're managing to like go over them, not step on them, and none of them knock you over as you're making your way up. You've reached the stairs at the bottom heading up to the helm.
And whenever I get, as far as I can, I'm just going to yell at him, Captain, if you don't stop this, I'll stop you myself!
He turns his head towards you, and you can see sadness in his eyes, but his face is still contorted into a malicious smile.
I will, and I probably can't, but Wrath would still have a bonus action, and he would try to quicken a spell because he thinks he's back in that time to cast at, at the captain.
I'm not actually sure which spell you're talking about at the moment.
Quicken spell makes a spell a bonus action to cast.
Yep.
But it's a higher level sorcerer thing that you can do.
Yeah, you absolutely can quicken a spell in this moment. Which spell are you going to quicken? Presumably all the way up. This was your peak at level 20.
Time stop.
Oh, shit.
Wrath used to have time stop. Or at least in this moment, his emotions taking over. You notice that the boat, the range seems to be much greater than it normally is on this spell, as the boat and the waves immediately under it, everyone aboard stops moving, except you and the captain. He lets go of the wheel and begins to step towards you, a scowl growing on his face.
Captain, I didn't want to do this, but I've already lived this fate and I won't do it again.
An eyebrow raises on his eye.
Ye already lived it? Wait, you're not my boy. Who are ye?
I'm as much your boy as the one you remember. I've already died for you once. And I swore I wouldn't let another crew die to you again.
Go ahead and roll an athletics or an acrobatics, whichever is your choice.
Athletics would be my choice. Oh, 19, 28. Oh, plus 4, because
you're proficient.
of what you said, so 32.
32.
God damn!
His nat 20 will only be a 31. I'm gonna roll it anyways. He got a natural 1. So he goes to just shove you off the boat, and you push him back, slamming him against the railing on the stairs.
I have a reaction. I don't think I do.
And he draws his sword.
Okay. Do I need to roll initiative here?
It's just the two of you going back and forth, so no need for initiatives.
Okay. So that was my 9th level spell then. Okay. I'm gonna cast Fly on myself, and then hold on, I have to go figure out how many sorcery points I have.
20.
Oh,
20
it'd
level
be 20?
sorcerer is 20 sorcery points. You get one
You're
level
right.
per 1 per level, so.
So I have 19 left. Okay.
Time stop is
A 9th level.
I was just seeing if it required concentration, because I know it works a little differently.
I have
I'm not having you roll the 1d4. You're getting the maximum 5 turns on this because of the level of emotion powering it.
Okay. Yeah, it just gives me that many turns, basically. It ends if one of the actions used during this period or any effects that you create during this period affects a creature other than you or an object being worn or carried by someone other than you. So the moment I hit him, it ends.
You figure it would exclude him since he's unaffected by the spell as well. Almost as if it's you.
I got you. Okay. Well, then it wouldn't end for me hitting him. But I'm going to twin spell with my sorcery points. How many does that take? Twin spell. Equal to the spell's level. So I'm going to twin spell Witch Bolt at 8th level cannon. It'd be a 26 to hit for the first one.
That hits.
And a 27 to hit for the second, so they both hit. And then that is the first one is 45 points worth of damage. And the second one is 46 points worth of damage, lightning damage.
So it hits him. Both of them hit. And you see the energy crossing his body as it normally would. But a lot of it seems to almost like it has no impact and just shrugs off of him. Some of it still seems to hit him as normal, but a lot of it just seems to deflect as well.
Okay. So I'm just holding these two.
Not end. Did you say you were quickening fly or doing the
No,
instead?
I did the witch bolt instead. I'm sorry.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep, sorry about that. I did not cast fly.
Okay.
So yeah, I just kind of lash onto him with these two lightning bolt-looking things, and I'm just holding the power between me and him, staring him down.
All right. He goes to slash at you. You don't have any abilities that any class features that raise your AC, correct?
I have shield.
19 to hit.
Shield. I kind of take the two beams that I'm holding in my arms together and cross them in front of me and just create an electrical barrier.
As a sword comes down, clearly about to hit you, in the chest, and you spring forth this lightning in front of you. His sword hits it, sparking it out away from you. He doesn't make contact, though. His sword rebounds before he can make contact, and your shield breaks.
You can't beat me here.
I need to make another roll. Go ahead and make another acrobatics or athletics, your choice. Probably athletics.
Yep. Damn, that's low. 14.
14. So as the blade comes back and the sparks are still flying between you and the shield is breaking, when you don't have full view of him and you're shouting, "You can't beat me here," you notice him drop and he comes back up, taking an elbow to your chin, launching you off the side of the boat and into the water.
Okay. How deep do I sink before I react?
About 60 feet, and you can no longer tell which direction is up.
I'm going to grab the necklace at my throat and cast teleport. Back onto the deck of the Kraken's Bane.
All right. As you end up aboard the deck again in the center of the space, you can see that Davy Jones was returning to the helm, prepared to begin steering the ship again. And he snarls at you this time. He seems to have lost his senses to the point he can no longer speak. He's acting almost on an animalistic rage.
I've told you I won't die again for you. Is it his turn? My turn?
Your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna cast a 7th level lightning bolt at him.
All right.
I'm trying to miss the wheel. Like, if I have to blow outside of the side of the deck or something, that's fine, but I don't want to hit the steering apparatus.
I got a 25, which will probably
25,
beat your
yeah,
save
that-
DC at level 20.
It does. So that's half of 37 damage.
Yep.
18 damage, I think.
So you launch the lightning, and as it's getting to him, he leans back, essentially avoiding it, but there's still the sparking off of the sides, and it's lashing at him, and just like before, a lot of this lightning and electricity seems to just be deflecting from his body as well. You also notice 2 large tentacles rising up from the water around the edges of the boat.
Do I get to react again, or?
Yep, the captain doesn't seem to make any motions towards you at this time.
Are the tentacles on each side, same side?
One on each side.
Okay, I'm going to.
What about?
Yeah. I'm gonna Wrath. He flies up about 10 feet in the air, and he aims down both of his hands, his palms out towards each of the, towards the bases of the tentacles, and I'm gonna twin spell a lightning bolt at each of them.
Alright, to clarify, by raw Can't twin spell anything unless it's targeting, but Rule of Cool.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Rule of Cool, though, because this is literally your epic backstory here. Yes, you do so. You twin spell Lightning Bolt, and the lightning lashes down across the tentacles, just tearing them clean off at the edges. And you can see the black acidic blood just spraying from them as it starts to retreat those tentacles down. Your time stop spell reaches its end, though, and everything begins to move again as 2 more tentacles raise up out of the water.
Seeing this, Wrath has started to, like, wonder if this is some kind of test. How does he beat this? How does he... What's the term from Star Trek? Kobayashi Maru?
Kobayashi Maru.
There you go.
Sorry.
You're good. I couldn't remember it, so... But he's just gonna... Still hovering there.
Nick whispers in your ear.
Yeah, thank you. He's gonna reach down and grab the necklace around him and just whisper to himself beneath the winds and all the raging storm, "Reach you. How do I pass this?" And he's just gonna kind of wait for a moment, use this turn, if you will, to see if there's some kind of response.
As you finish your prayer, you notice a purple glow growing across your body and a burning sensation in your pocket.
I reach
as the
down
tentacles
and
come down and smash into the ship, tearing chunks off of the side but not sinking it.
I reach down and see what's burning in my pocket.
You pull out an all too familiar purple crystal.
What do I do with it?
A deep, guttural voice resonates in your head. Give in.
I'll never give in. This isn't right. And I'll cast Fly on myself and fly just straight up in the sky. And I'm starting to channel like lightning energy for, I mean, we can say it's another lightning bolt at a lower level, 6th level. Just holding this fragment in my hand as I fly up, hoping that an actual lightning bolt will strike this thing and destroy it.
So you've used your 9th level spell slot. You still have a couple of 8th, a couple of 7th.
No, I'm out of... with the fly spell, that would put me out of 7th. This would be a 6th level.
Okay. I'm trying to keep track of the spell slots in the head, and I can't remember if it's...
Yeah, I'm out of
many, if it's
everything... I'm out of everything above 6th level. I have one 6th level spell after the lightning bolt.
Alright. So as you reach up with the Torment Fragment, generating lightning in your hand, it does cause a bolt of lightning from the sky to come crashing down on you and the fragment. Roll a Constitution save.
16. But I'm immune to lightning.
Immune?
At level 20, I would be immune, correct?
Oh, that's right, because you're specifically Storm Sorcerer, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you would be immune at that point. Yeah, so as far as damage, you don't take any damage. but the sheer force of the bolt of lightning throws you into the water. You don't know how deep you've gone, and again, you don't know which way is up.
Do I still have the fragment in my hand? Is it still intact?
Yes, it is.
Can I discern, like, I'm looking for tentacles specifically.
In the depths of the water with the dark of the storm, you can't make out anything in the water other than yourself and this torment fragment.
I try and calm myself, and with what little breath I have, kind of ration out a few bubbles to see if I can figure out which way they go whenever I blow out.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. 17.
Yep, you see which direction they go.
I follow that direction. Holding on, I'm holding the chaos fragment in one hand, and the other hand is clutching the necklace. So if I move at half speed, it's, expected. But I'm just kicking my way up, just focusing my attention on trying to figure out how to destroy this thing.
So between the stormy weather and how volatile the water is, it'd be difficult terrain, essentially, moving you to half speed. Swim speed's halved from there. And then it's always ran down, so you're only getting like 5 feet per round. 10 with dash. And as you're trying to get up and you're moving, you can feel your lungs beginning to burn, but you still don't see the top and you don't see anything else. Your legs are also starting to become weak.
Reach you. Yeah, he stops kicking altogether, and he's just focused now on the necklace. Still holding the chaos fragment in the other hand. Say the word, and I'll drop it. Don't say anything, and I'll die here with it.
You hear the same deep voice in your head ringing out. What would you give to survive?
I don't know if I care to survive at this point. I don't want this to fall into the wrong hands. I don't want this to cause more chaos in this world and drown another ship like it has done today. To be able to stop that, to be able to survive, to live, to prevent more of these from spreading, I'd give anything.
As you finish the thought, your response, the purple glow becomes even brighter, blinding you. And when it fades away, your eyes are closed, and you can hear birds chirping and tree bark on your back.
Do I remember everything that just happened?
Every last bit of it.
I look around and try and find something familiar.
You're outside the Goblin camp, right where you went to sleep.
He'll take a few moments to kind of gather himself, and then he'll actually go off to try and hunt something large enough that might feed a few more than whatever the goblins have at their disposal currently.
Go ahead and roll an insight check for me.
9.
9. All right. So as you're gathering yourself, part of that's gathering yourself mentally. I mean, that's the biggest part of it, and to some degree, trying to make sense of why you just relived this, and trying to piece together even the memories from before. And you realize that you don't remember the events super clearly. You remember little bits, the people screaming, you trying to get the captain to stop, but like the specific things said, where you moved, what you did, you don't remember a lot of it. You don't remember how you ended up in the water in the first place from these events. And you remember that before you had gone to bed, you had asked Risha for guidance. And although you can't, maybe you have guesses from you just having experienced this, but off this roll, the best you can get from that is this must have been that guidance you were asking for. But whatever theories you out of game may be having or thoughts are still thoughts and theories that you would be having.
Right. He's kind of mulling it over, like, what can he learn from having relived this, or just lived this, for all he knows. That's where he's at, headspace-wise, while he's hunting.
Alright, what is your survival bonus?
+5.
+5. Alright. Everyone else, you wake up in the morning, nice and refreshed, minus Twilight, who thinks that she is a man named Jerry and a professional basketball player.
Hey, Jerry.
I just start, I guess, taking the switch's head that I have and just start trying to shoot baskets with it. I'm a professional!
Oh, not in the clothes! Oh, shit.
Oh, dear.
Yes, Nick, you've probably been up for a bit at this point. And the goblins have started to get up as well and get to whatever they would normally be doing. And there she is, just trying to shoot this basket. With nothing even like a basket nearby.
Do I notice, Hobbit's,
Yeah, you see all the goblins, you see the big metal man.
No, do I know that Patch's head is attached to, with the Pious or Raft?
The Hermit?
Yeah.
It's Nick. Nick has it.
Yeah, Nick has it. You don't notice that. Actually, I was just thinking, you wouldn't even have the witch's head.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you did pick that up? Okay. I don't think I added it to your inventory.
To Tempest. Tempest didn't want it, so yeah. So I have a basketball.
Or some semblance of.
Yeah. So you all notice
Raft,
this.
okay.
And Twilight, of course you would be seeing what's around you and seeing the goblins and everything. It would seem wrong, but overly familiar at the same time.
For what?
Being where you are.
You're in a fantasy village surrounded by goblins, a robot, a pink elf, and as far as you know, you're some dude named Jerry that plays for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah, so I'm a professional.
Yeah, so all of this would seem really wrong, but it seems very familiar at the same time. Tempest, as you're getting up, are you coming out of the tent right away?
Yeah.
So you would see her trying to shoot a basket with this witch's head, shouting, "Kobe!"
Swish.
I'm thinking I might have to skip breakfast this morning. Not trusting the food. Not here.
Hey, Tempest, take a shot!
You find it odd that you know Tempest's name. You don't know these people. You don't even know where you are.
And my thought process goes to alcohol too when she says that. I just walk away feeling sick.
I'm on the basketball court. That's where I'm at.
You think you just got hit real hard and have a concussion in the middle of a game, so you're trying to play even though you're not really sure where anything is.
Twilight, what is basketball?
Who the hell is Twilight? It's Jerry!
Oh dear.
It's Jerry! I'm Jerry!
I'm gonna smack her in the face.
Wake up!
So this is a moment where Twilight and Star are a little disconnected. Pretty severely disconnected.
Very disconnected.
Star, you are completely sober in this head. You are completely aware of being in this fantasy world, and Twilight suddenly thinks she's some dude named Jerry.
Right. Can't the rules be switched?
Is that what you're trying to do? Is just take control to, like, put her back and be like, you need to chill?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a wisdom save. Good thing you got a +7. Wrath, with the 15, basically just took 10, being more casual about this hunting. It takes you about an hour, but you do find a small deer.
Okay. Kill it and bring it back.
Alright. With the 23, yeah, Star, you are in total control of this body. You can feel the confusion of Twilight, but that's about it.
Huh?
You can feel the confusion that Twilight has in this entire situation and suddenly not being able to control the body. But that's all you're getting from Twilight. No real pushback.
Or I can just grab the head and say, no! No, no, no! Let's get you some coffee and let's call it good.
So like we had been discussing before, I mean, you've drank. Basically, you feel probably the worst hangover you've ever experienced.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, of course, the rest of you would notice this shift of suddenly, no. Let's get you some, like, water and food and coffee, and, like, she's talking to herself.
What in the absolute fuck is going on? You know
That's
what?
none of your concern. So I just grab Twilight by the foot or like the back of the collar and just start hauling her off.
That's your own body. You're in control of the body. So you're grabbing yourself by the collar to drag off your body?
I could do that. If it makes it sound funny,
Yeah, you didn't just manifest as a whole new person. You took control of the body. It's your body right now.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. She's a little freaky. I'll be back in a few minutes.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I am
Totally fucked up.
I am not even surprised anymore at this point.
That's pretty sad.
Well, I have known you all for quite a while.
Yes. Yeah, what do you think so far?
Well,
Okay,
the goal at the end of this journey sounds pretty great.
it does.
So I'll stick around for now.
So will I. At least I try to.
Yes. All right. I'm going to go hope for some bacon.
So if you're gonna go trying to hunt some animals, go ahead and roll a survival check.
Man, I really gotta switch these dice. That's a 7.
7. You find one little rabbit.
I'm just gonna kill it and then just eat it raw.
Is it the Easter Bunny?
I hope not, because I'm about to fucking eat it.
A little child, little human dressed like from our world, just you see one in front of you, all of a sudden just looking with horror, just... You just killed the Easter Bunny! And then she fades out of existence.
And then he says,
Oh, April Fools. Haha.
as the blood just drips down his front.
So this is basically your first time, like, truly eating raw meat and, like, large amounts of it. So the texture is another new experience for Pius.
He's got a taste for blood.
Although the feeling of liquid, it does stir some type of feeling. Your determination exactly what kind of feeling as it's running down your front and running down your throat, but it evokes more emotion than typical for eating real world or in game.
So what do you mean by that? Like it Pius like feels
something. He just feels it very strongly, whatever it is you feel.
Okay, duly noted.
How about Nick? As you were experiencing them having all this weirdness, and Pius just decides to go get some bacon.
I have no idea.
Nick is mentally drained.
Yeah. What is Nick doing? Nick is they're just sitting by the fire, prepping breakfast, getting coffee ready, prepping for whatever comes next right now, because there there's an inner conflict with admitting to himself and saying out loud to the hermit that, like, partially blaming himself, their self, bleh, partially blaming themselves for the position that everybody's in, and like empathizing with the hermit and their predicament, but at the same time knowing we've still got a job to do and still have things we have to take care of. And I would try and remind Twilight if I could, be like, "Hey, Jeff, you're not a basketball player. We have stuff we're trying to take care of. There were like there was something you wanted to look at in the morning. What was it? Stop throwing around a witch skull."
Yeah, so Star, you're in control, and Nick has reminded you that you wanted to prepare detect magic or detect poison on the berry trees.
That's true.
Is that something you're gonna go do?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Over to Tempest. You said you were kind of just walking off from the weirdness of the basketball head. What were you gonna go do?
I mean, I was gonna go search for food, so I probably initially just walked over to who would have food.
That would have been the person you decided to walk away from, Twilight.
That's
Come
fine.
back, my
That's
friend.
fine. I will use my nose. I will see how good my nose is.
You'll go hunting. Roll a survival. Uh, 17. You are able to find a giant squirrel that seems to be away from the rest of its little family of squirrels. Smells awfully tasty.
That's weird, but yet I'm not going to question that. I'm going to go for it. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to make a clean shot on it.
Roll to hit.
Oh god, it's been too long. Where the fuck is my shit?
You have a +7. It's on the combat actions page. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll your damage. 2d6 plus 5. Double ones. How unfortunate. It's limping, but it's still alive as it starts trying to get away. You do have a bonus action. You could try to like punch it in the head or something.
Yes, the bonus action. That one was a +5, if I remember.
+7.
Okay. Woof.
11 to hit.
Come on, it's limping.
Yeah, no. Attacker wins on that instance. You're definitely going to deal at least 2 damage. You knock it unconscious. Easy enough to finish it from there. But yeah, you have a giant squirrel. You would assume about probably 50 to 60 pounds of meat.
Sweet. Damn, that's probably heavy, right?
Yeah, you've got the strength score. You could drag it back to the camp.
Alright, I'm gonna drag this back with a super happy look on my face. Proud of myself.
So Captain Flowers had wandered off before Twilight woke up, and he was talking with the older goblin somewhere else during this period. But after Twilight, Tempest, and everything has kind of moved away from the center of town, Nick, The hermit speaks in a more hushed tone, clearly trying to just speak to you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel anything strange last night?
Did I feel anything strange last night?
Go ahead and roll a perception.
16 plus 7. That's 23.
Yes. In the middle of the night, you felt a very ominous feeling wash over the entire area. It and kind of like a tugging at your being, very similar to when you cast Comprehend Languages on that note.
I mean, I guess I felt something strange. Why? What's up?
I don't know. I have this feeling of dread. I'd say in my gut, but who knows where that is?
Fair. Okay. What are you thinking?
I don't know. It's kind of similar to the feeling when I cast the ritual, when the purple glow just came over all of you.
Okay. Okay. Anything I should keep an eye out for? Anything? Can you give me something here?
Well, I knew there was something about some purple torment thingies. Torment sounds pretty dreadful. Not a great feeling itself. Maybe it's something with those.
Oh, the Chaos Emeralds are acting up?
Maybe.
Okay. Okay, with that knowledge, I'll take a look around and see if I can notice. Can I see anything different about anybody's gems? Because I think I know where everybody's is. Wrath's is.
Wrath hasn't quite gotten back. Tempest
Wrath
left
hasn't
town.
gotten
Pius
back.
left the town area.
I
Twilight's
don't. Well,
not
okay,
too far off.
Let me try and recap. I don't know where Twilight's is. She does not officially have theirs. Wrath has his and Pixie's. Pius is in his chest. And
No, he moved it to a bag.
Oh, Pius has moved it to a bag?
Yes. Back when they went all crazy when
Got it.
Twilight
Yep,
joined the
yep,
party.
yep. But Tempest we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, you have.
She
It's a
wore it
necklace
around her
around her
neck.
neck.
Oh, yeah.
You all
Necklace.
see it all the
That's right,
time.
That's right.
And Captain
That's
Flowers
built-
wears his as a lucky charm on his belt.
That he likes to lick. Yeah, I know that. I know that one. That one I do know. The other ones were Dylan just being dumb.
Just real world for a moment.
Okay. Do I notice any of them glowing? Any of the ones within eyesight acting up? Anything?
No. They seem to be totally normal. You do know that you haven't seen Wrath since he stepped away to go to the bathroom last night, though.
Okay. Any signs of Wrath? Any tracks? Any like?
Go ahead and roll a survival to try finding some tracks.
Oof. Okay. That is a 12. So 12. 17.
17. You do notice that he seems to have left some tracks heading out to a nearby grove of trees, the way, kind of the direction you think he had been going the night before.
Okay.
This is about the time everyone is coming back to town, though. Coming back to the encampment. I keep saying town, this isn't quite a town. But everyone's kind of getting back. Wrath, you have this small deer, Tempest, a squirrel, Pius, did you eat the whole rabbit before coming back?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that some of it is still in my, like, gears, I guess.
So yeah, there's bits of fur kind of around his mouth portal and blood down the front of him. Twilight, back to you casting Detect Magic. No, the berries are totally normal.
Alright.
They're not poisonous at all.
But they just cannot keep growing. That's the problem.
You don't know if they can keep growing. They just can't be used as seeds.
Hmm.
The tree's still there for as it might grow more berries and stay around. It might not. It just can't do what other plants do and reproduce. It's infertile.
Alright.
As far as you can tell, at least, it's infertile.
Is there a way to actually find out if it is?
You could use a nature check.
Yeah.
Use your knowledge of plants.
I think that's probably... I think that's a plus. I know it's really high.
It's +5, I believe, because your intelligence isn't great. Yep, it's +5.
Really? I thought it would be higher than that. I can't tell shit.
Yeah, you're not. You don't know. The best you've got is the fact the seed didn't grow when you tried to use Druidcraft means that you can't grow new trees from this.
Got it. So, since I kind of ran into, like, one of the tents to kind of recoup, because I don't think I was out in the open.
Well, I mean, you decided you were going to go do the trees thing. You're not exactly in a tent. Is that what you're going to do?
No, I thought I was, gonna go get the coffee first. Kind of recoup and gather my thoughts. While Star and I had a talk about my behaviors.
Alright, so you wouldn't have been at the tree then.
Right.
So we can disregard all that, because that didn't happen.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I thought you went to the tree.
I thought I was just looking... No, I actually thought I was looking at the berry. Because I had the tree, some berries from the tree. That's what I thought we were doing.
The last I thought you had said is, yeah, I'm gonna go cast the detect poison on the trees.
Oh.
But anyways, you didn't go do that, so never mind on all that.
No, we're good. We're good. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just sitting in a tent recovering, then you're just sitting in a tent recovering. Having whatever conversation with yourself you want to have. Trying to get Twilight's head straight.
Right.
But
That's the first and foremost important thing.
At this time, then, everyone except Twilight would be kind of returning. And Nick, you would have seen her run into a tent, not run out towards those trees. But everyone else seems to be coming back and meeting up with all of the food, basically.
Gather all the hunters. They need to learn a thing or two.
What do you mean? I was successful.
Oh no, not you. I'm talking to the goblins.
Oh. My fault.
Nope, you're good. How did it taste seeing all the viscera?
Weird.
I bet so.
I'm experimenting. It will take some time, I guess.
Of course. Can't taste everything in a day. Wrath is gonna try and teach the dumb goblins how to, like, field dress and then fully dress food that you hunt.
Alright, go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
14.
14?
Mm-hmm.
They seem to get the general gist of it, at least. Captain Flowers kind of comes back and meet up with the group. Star, you've got Twilight at least understanding that her name's Twilight, and she's supposed to be clearing the road, and she seems to be starting to get the idea that she's not named Jerry, and she's not some basketball player.
Right. It was a dream. It was just a dream.
No, it was so real.
That's exactly what she said. It's so real. No, it's a dream. You're good. You're great. Now go out there.
But I worked in my
Control,
dad's rug
act as
shop.
normal as you can.
Okay.
So I guess as she walks out of the tent, she sees all this dead stuff, and she goes running back into the tent and starts having a hypolational moment, and really beside herself, and just starts having a nervous breakdown.
She starts to remember more about what she's about to just sees these dead animals now. Alright, yeah, you all see her come out of the tent and then rush right back while you're, like, teaching the goblins how to properly handle a kill from a hunt. And Captain Flowers is starting to walk up now as well. And he actually asks the whole party,
So what do you think? Do we stick around and help them some more, or do we continue down our way?
Nick, I think you know best, probably. Do you think they're self-sufficient enough?
Can I take one more look throughout to just see if they, like... I feel like they are, but I want to make one more... Just check. Just one more... You know what I mean? Like,
run down the list one more time.
Yeah, run through the list one more. Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
You remember when we taught you about this? What do you do when this happens?
Pretty much. At least all the basics about how to handle their water and such.
God, math is hard. 14 plus 8, 22.
22. You get the general gist that they as a community have picked up the skills that you were trying to teach them, that the barrels are going to hold up, they're going to do what they're supposed to, but they might not provide enough water between drinking water and trying to grow crops. So they probably need to at least know how to dig the well and have it very clearly shown to them where it is to dig.
Oh, did we not dig? We never got a chance to dig the well
No.
yesterday.
No.
Okay.
You never actually dug the well.
All right. Twilight. Twilight. What?
She slowly pokes one little finger out, and it's the bird, and she's just flipping all of you guys off, going, "Fuck you!"
Okay. That helps nothing. Okay.
Dear God, we've lost her.
Yeah. I never thought I'd mix Pixie so much.
That's harsh, man. It's so harsh.
I'm not built for this. Anybody else able to just dig a hole or at least mark this area for them to get started?
I will. I am really good at that, I think.
Sure.
The marking or the digging?
Yes.
Probably more so the digging.
Pius is probably used to digging graves. Mostly digging up ones that were already made.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, he's really good at that for sure.
He is a grave cleric.
Which is why there was no question in his mind about how long it would take to have dug Neliel's husband's grave. That's why he knew all of that.
Okay, so I'll
Prior to the revival.
I'll show Pius the area that I think the well would be best to be in to get started on, and help start it at least, if not dig it completely. Ooh, God, I'm tired.
Hand me 2 shovels. I'm feeling adventurous.
Yeah, so it would probably take you most of the day to dig it with some amount of help as well. Just because you gotta dig down far enough to actually hit the water, essentially.
Yeah.
Do I find any treasure on the way down?
Let's see. Let's roll a percent. We'll say there's a 20% chance.
Tink.
Nope, no treasure.
Damn it.
You do manage to catch a rock on the way down, and as you're pulling it up, though, you're like, you think it's gold for like the briefest of moments, and then you realize it's actually pyrite.
I eat it. I'm snacking on it while I'm digging.
Let me go ahead and add that to your list.
We've created a monster.
He's a garbage disposal. For garbage.
Oh, Google Sheets.
That's really what Pius is. A garbage disposal.
That makes being a grave cleric so much darker.
Holy shit, I didn't even think about that. Oh, God. All the failed resurrections just get eaten. Recycle.
Doesn't even really properly remember, but you know. You have a feeling you might have eaten some corpses.
I probably did at some point, I'm sure.
Ooh, how much does a bag of ball bearings weigh?
Very much over.
Oh, that app's gonna take forever. Oh, hey, it's actually going pretty quickly. Equipment, ball bearings. 2 pounds. Okay. You eat the equivalent of about 500 ball bearings if you eat that whole rock. just to let you know. But yeah, that's pretty much a whole day for everyone to kind of collect their thoughts then.
I would. I'm gonna put this out there now, if that's okay with you, Jess. That I'm gonna start working on the spell that we were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
And altering Wither and Bloom. Re-altering the altered version of Wither.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check, and then we will track your progress and your notes on the character sheet.
Absolutely. Arcana? Just straight?
Yep, just an Arcana. Just straight.
That is the worst roll I've had tonight. That's a 5. That's plus 8. That's 13.
13, you at least understand the basics of what he was going to, so you know your fundamentals. You figure out that much through the day. So that you actually have a good, solid base when you start working on it again.
Okay.
But you understand it well enough that you know that no matter how badly you may do in making adjustments, you won't create anything that's going to be a problem.
Okay. The version I'm working towards for right now, and I'll DM it to you. I'll DM what.
All right.
This version is, because it's not gonna. Because we talked about it a little bit, but yeah. Okay. That's all Nick is focusing on for the day.
All right, and Pius is spending his day digging.
Yep.
Wrath, I mean, obviously you get through the meat and everything, and they seem to know how to leather work and all that, so they are definitely taking the skin and pelt. The pelt. That's just what it's called.
That was going to be it. So.
Yeah, they already know how to do that, so they start working on getting it tanned and ready for use. They also start taking the bones and like crafting rudimentary like daggers out of them. That part, those parts they seem to know to do very well. But it seems like previously they were just like eating the intestines raw and just whatever they could off of it. So you basically teach them culinary and health and safety with food more than anything.
That works. I would like to, at some point, if I can get away for a moment, just look in my bag and look at that fragment. Just to see if anything looks changed on it.
Sorry.
The fragment doesn't seem to have changed any. But go ahead and roll another insight check.
Okay. 21.
21. Obviously, because you're looking at it and you're thinking about what happened the night before, and you think that what you may have been getting told in this vision, which you think it might not have been so much a vision. You think you may have actually been there the night before, and that's why you couldn't remember it before, is because at that time you were being controlled by future you. But you think that especially if that's the case, Risha wouldn't have been the one that saved you. This fragment would have been what saved you, if all of that theory is to be believed.
He'll spend a good majority of the day contemplating that then.
All right. Tempest, you have a whole day to do kind of whatever you're wanting to do.
Shit. I'm just gonna stroll into the woods in the area.
Just kind of take a walk, basically. Spend the day just walking and wandering around.
Yep, away from everyone and everything. Seclusion.
How far off are you willing to travel? I mean, you can go like 4 hours or 4 miles in 1 hour. Like, you could actually make a little bit of distance away and come back in one day.
We're gonna do like 30 minutes, nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy? General direction? East, north, south, west?
Which way did we come in originally?
You came in from the west.
Then I want to go to the west.
You want to go to the west?
East.
West!
I said west!
Yep.
That's not a boulder! That's a rock! Yeah, while you're out exploring around and away from everything, you've made it some distance off, about 15. You're kind of wandering a little aimlessly. So you end up southeast a little bit. And you see a strange purple glow off in the distance, and then just kind of everything goes black.
Like the light itself the glow goes dark?
No, like you fall asleep, everything goes black.
Oh, I'm unconscious.
Yep, and when you open your eyes, it is nighttime, and you are back there at the Goblin camp with everybody. So, time skip. You presume you walked back, but you don't remember anything from the moment you saw that light forward.
Aww.
To everyone else, though, because we still gotta make sure everyone else gets through the day to that point, Star, it would take you most of the day to get Twilight's head back on straight properly. And get her calmed the fuck down.
Even if she does try to get a little bit more high, just for like maybe a hit or something like that, just to kind of, cope her.
If you're gonna try to do that, I want you to roll a wisdom save.
Hair of the dog, right?
Woohoo!
20. Alright. Both of you can feel the emotion from Twilight on this, but just pulling it out kind of makes her feel shaky because it's the cause of all of this. And it's not necessarily like fear stops either of you from doing this, but it's that moment of clarity that a lot of addicts have of, should I stop this? If it's going to cause these kind of problems, would I be better without it? Do I need to just have more restraint and control? But you kind of question... Yeah, you question and doubt how good of an idea it actually is to be doing this. But yeah, you can do 1 dose without having any issues, other than you get high. You let it kind of take over, and you stumble around most of the day in a blissful daze.
Because she was thinking if she can get back on her feet, she could do that tree thing. Detect those poison.
Yeah, you'll end up spending most of the day just kind of in a daze. Come out of it, you'll be able to detect poison and have that moment of, yeah, no, the tree's just infertile, apparently. But it's growing berries now, and the berries aren't poisonous, so hopefully it'll keep growing berries for these goblins to eat.
Okay, so that's what I do know then?
Yep,
so we didn't take
that's what you do
all that
for
full
Yeah, that's what you end up doing through the whole day. Yeah, and so the sun's setting, the well is dug out. As far as like them setting up tools, making sure they can use and everything, you're able to hand off those instructions so that they can finish whatever little last bits are there, because it's mostly instructions on how to use it also. But yeah, you're all gathered around the camp in the center of town again.
I have blueprints. I wonder if I have blank blueprints. Do you think that would actually teach them how to use it as well?
I don't.
Blueprints are more how to make something.
Hmm. So, I wonder if I could actually use the blank blueprints to kind of write down everything that we did, because now I know how to actually build reservoir, I want to say. I don't know if that's the right word, but I think it's reservoir. Like flowers, the water.
The blueprints won't
Irrigate.
help too much.
Irrigate.
Blueprints are mostly like dimension shapes, things like that. They won't help in this instance.
Ah.
Plus, if you want to use our knowledge to build another farm, an irrigation system / reservoir, we're here. You can just ask us. I have no issue sharing my knowledge.
Okay. It depends on her emotional state, on Twilight's emotional state. But yeah, I wanted to actually ask you guys, but right now she's a little pissed at all of you.
Well, it's a bit late, so you all figure you would at least have to do, if you're going to do it for the goblins here, tomorrow.
What all needs to be done?
If you wanted to build a farm, what you were talking about. If you guys are going to do anything, any of that for the goblins, it's not going to happen tonight.
You mean with live animals?
I don't remember hearing anything about live animals through that conversation. I remember hearing about like organization and well and.
You said farm. Farm indicates animals.
Yeah, to a degree. There are lots of types of farms. So, but yeah, for anything you were discussing and about trying to get help with and doing anything more for these goblins, if you wanted to, you have to wait till tomorrow. It's night. It's getting late. The goblins are tired. You're all tired.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think I need to go to bed early tonight, guys. I honestly do. And
real life or in game?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, both. Okay. We're working on wrapping up right now. Just trying to get through the night for everyone going to sleep. So.
Yes.
So yeah, is
Let's going to bed.
Is everyone going to bed? Nothing else before sleep?
Nope.
That is good.
Alrighty. So yeah, you all go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, there doesn't seem to be any goblins around at all. Everything also looks a lot flimsier, the tents and everything else.
There's no what?
No goblins. You don't see anyone else around, just all of you.
I go start looking around.
Is the plant still around?
Yeah, the plants are all still around, just no goblins. All the tents just look way flimsier as well.
I'm going to do detect magic to find those magical weapons.
I mean, you knew where they were. They were in the tent, in the
Oh
center,
yeah,
the
that's
big
right,
one.
right. Yeah, I'm going in there.
Okay, and Wrath, you're looking around, like, are you trying to look in any of the tents or whatever?
Yeah, I'm just peeking in tent, seeing if anything is there.
Okay.
Anything alive.
So both of you are going to get into a tent around the same time, and as you try to reach for it, you end up just, like, pushing against it instead, and everything starts to fall over cardboard, and you just hear Peter Griffin laughing in the distance. April Fools! There was no Goblin Village.
Oh shit. Where's our magical items?
All the magic items are sitting right there in the middle of that tent.
So was I really a basketball player though? Or is that a joke too?
That was a dream.
That was a dream. Just a joke.
In the April Fool's thing, you still weren't.
You still weren't. Yeah. Yep. Everything you did was for a bunch of imaginary people, apparently.
Pius jumps off the nearest cliff. No, actually, Deuce takes over control of Pius and hurls both of them over a cliff.
So wait, there's a pile of magical items there?
Yep, there's just a pile of stuff in that center tent. In the tents where, like, there were tools, weapons, there's leather armor, short swords, just no goblins, no actual tents. It was all just cardboard set up. An elaborate ruse to keep you all busy, apparently. Peter Griffin needed you not at home.
Honestly, not that mad.
The April Fool's special is basically that there was no April Fool's special.
I don't know, that laugh is starting to grate on my nerves. It's just the same laugh. Over.
I mean, I could take Patches away from you guys, because, I mean, I think it was his fault.
It's the Hermit, not Patches.
Oh, okay, Hermit. Give me the Hermit.
No.
Is the Hermit all back together, at least, or no?
Nope, he's still just ahead.
Well, wait, if the goblins didn't exist, then who chopped his head off?
As you look at this, he just kind of...
What do you mean? I told you, it was goblins. They ran up the high road and then you all came over here and started doing weird shit. I've been trying to get your attention for like 2 days.
Don't start with me.
I am going to crush every bone in his skull.
You know, I was on your side for a while. I like you a lot. I tried. But I will let Pius just shove you down the well.
Actually, I've got a better idea. How about I eat him instead?
Can I watch? I want to help. Can I just ram him down your throat?
No, Pius, you can't eat him.
Oh.
So, are y'all gonna take the time as you're trying to head back to the high road to identify everything you found?
Yes.
We can divide it out next week, but...
Nick, if you would, please.
What do you mean? Like...
I will gladly identify everything.
So there was 1,200 gold.
But, before I do, who has the stinkiest feet?
Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no, because didn't I get cleaned?
Everyone's been getting cleaned.
I've been cleaning everybody in their downtime, but you've been the least cleaned. Can I have one of your socks?
Gladly.
Thank you.
I don't have a sock. I just wear bare boots. I have a boot.
Ew.
Probably has some dirty underwear, though.
I do have a lot of dirty underwear. And I have a couple of shirts that smell like BO. So, what do you want? I mean, I could go into the woods and shit myself if that helps.
No. No. Prestidigitating that thought out of my brain. I will hold the hermit's nose until he goes to mouth breathe, and I will shove the dirtiest sock I can find in his mouth, and then we'll let him know.
We should do it with my underwear. Let's do it with the underwear.
If you would like, I am not touching your dirty underwear. That is.
I would totally do this.
Okay.
The hermit has already clearly started holding his breath.
It will be removed. I don't know, later. I'm not going to give you a time frame, because fuck you.
Do you want me to go shit in the woods in it, or do you just want me to just take them off now?
It is up to you. I'm not that invested.
Please don't shit your pants.
Okay, well, I'll just take off the underwear and I'll just shove them in the,
It's so much, woman. You're so much.
I mean, I have a boot that could totally fit in his mouth.
But
The underwear is just fine.
Okay. Here's the underwear. Do what you need to do with it.
I use it to gag the hermit's head until I'm ready to talk to him again. I'm mad at
Damn,
you.
I knew I should have shit in the underwear.
He doesn't seem exceptionally pleased, but he's trying not to make a noise.
I don't care. I'm mad at you.
Holy fucking
So much
shit.
character development, only for Jessica to take it all away.
Yeah, and I'm mad at you. So this is what you get.
It's either that or he gets eaten or crushed by Pius.
I'm being nice.
So now I know what Twilight's panties taste like.
Interesting.
I Pius.
Sorry, voice change. Hold on.
Yes.
Please carry me like a baby again. I'm so frustrated. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it is all right, Nick. Please do not cry.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. It's okay.
Oh, okay, cry if you need to. I will do the thing.
Thank you.
I just started playing my harp.
I'd like run my fingers through his hair, their hair, just kind of.
Yay.
Roll 1d 360. There's only 360 days a year, because there's exactly 30 days per month, 12 months. In case anyone was wondering. But if I roll a 1 on this, that means it's Nick's birthday and he can cry if he wants to. They can. Nope, 101.
Still my birthday. I will cry if I want to.
Yeah, so for anyone watching, thank you for joining us on this wonderful adventure that was all meaningless because it is April Fool's. Also, because this weekend is Easter, April Fool's, and Trans Visibility Day. All of you wonderful trans people out there, I relate so much. I really do. Stay safe out there. And we'll catch you all next week. Bye.